Dun, 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 dun. Peace to the family. Hold on. Let's get this music going. Dun, 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 dun.
Just here's how to flip a house. It's here's how to have a successful business.
It will change your life.
Anthem on the track. Look. From the city where the bums rich. Skyscrapers block the rays when the sun hits. One time coming, niggas run quick. By the time a baby walk, he got a gun grip. I was made for this. 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 I'm not a product of the cages that they raised us in. Bred to be a king, I'm not a slave to this. I was made for 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 this. I'm not a product of the cages that they raised us in. Bred to be a king, I'm not a slave to this. They don't know fact from fiction. They don't know the blacks is missing. They don't know they trapped in prison. They don't know the path to prison was a decision. They don't know the rap is quicking. They don't know the ass they kissing on the path of mission to put their asses in. They don't know black religion, fact and fiction. They don't know mama nigga leave them niggas half the kitchen with half a chicken. Fact or fiction. We still hot, we still noble. Red and blue pill global. No matter the language, we still moguls. We lost Gil Scott, then we lost Gil Noble. Exercise the right to live like it is. The revolution will not be televised, it's being digitized. On the come up, it's like watching the midget rise. Sleeping giants grow another 20 feet tall with each alliance. I can teach the science, I tear an instrumental down before I lay my pencil down. I'm going down to Tinseltown to burn the temples down and cap it up like thistle crowns. And my rights still reserved. Fear of a black Illuminati. I might just feel with the Bilderberg to come and kill you nerds. I'm shining like a Grammy host on the shores of Miami coast. My Moringa plug looking like Sammy Sosa. The old one when he was well done like Granny's roast. The ancestors sponsor this. I don't know them niggas, all they do is talking conscious shit. We living it, we in the streets like House of Consciousness. ATL in the ATL, MIA, NYC. Multi-dimension like MIB. We are not the same. I am a sovereign. We are not the same. I am a problem. I was made for this. 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 I'm not a product of the cages that they raised us in. Bred to be a king, I'm not a slave to this. I was made for 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 this. I'm not a product of the cages that they raised us in. Bred to be a king, I'm not a slave to this.
There you have it, my friends. Made for this, featuring Kiambata and Mr. Red Pill of a Scorpion King album. I don't know if y'all heard that album, but if you never heard that album, go and listen to that album. All right, it's on Bandcamp. You know what I'm talking about? Go and listen to that album. That's a classic right there. All right, well, greetings, good evening, family. Peace to the chat room. Let's do the roll call before we tap in. That's mandatory. All right. Okay. So we have K-Town in the building. Shout out to the Texas famo. West Texas is in the building. Atlantic City is in the building. All right. West Philly is in the building. You dig? Seminole, Harlem as usual. VA is in the building. The Seminoles are here. Pull up on your horse. You know what I'm talking about? We safe. Texas A&M is in the building. South Carolina's in the building. We're gonna be in the Carolinas. I got the flyer, y'all. I'm gonna show you before the show is over. I will be in the Carolinas. Fort Wayne is in the building. 707 is in the building. The UK in it. Yeah, bump that all day. That music is timeless. That's how you know a classic album when you could play it in 2020. For the 7 billion people that didn't hear that album, if they heard it in the 2020s, it wouldn't be like it's an old album. It would be for right now. Myrtle Beach is in the building. Salute Myrtle Beach. Mars is definitely in the building. Dallas is Triple D. Yeah, that's what's up. Louisville is in the building. 305, stay alive. Money is a major issue. Brooklyn in the building. Maryland in the building. Illinois is in the building. 707, Vallejo is in the building. Yes, NC is in the building. B-More's in the building. Toledo's in the building. MD is in the building. NC is in the building. BK is that the Drillers is in the building. Pop Smoke is in the building. BK is here. The Woo is in the building. And New Jersey's in the building. Long Island is in the building. North Kakalaka. 916 is in the building. Detroit is in the building. 216, yeah. Okay, we deep up in here. DC is in the building. B-More is in the building. 757. Salute to VA. Yo. We're going to have a day where we're just going to, looking at where everybody is from, I'm like, that's what's up. It always amazes me. You know what I mean? It always amazes me because it's organic and, it's in alignment to what I'm studying. Like everyone who's here tonight, damn near everybody from where you're from, it's the synchronicity is off the chain. The things that I'm studying, I could be studying a million things in this world. There's so much stuff to study. There's so many topics to study. I have so many options. You dig what I'm saying? But the shit that I'm studying right now, dealing with American history, slave farms, the capitalization of the womb. I touched on it in the first part of Fear of a Black or More Messiah, the 2020 edition, called 2020 Year of Fear, which is available, of course, for video on demand for $20 only. And shout out to everybody who took advantage of the deal that I was offering for the free PDF, and you began to order your pre-sale tickets for part two, which is going to be on March 5th. Okay, I'm going to put it on a Thursday, and I'll explain to you why in a minute, because there's a new schedule that we're going to be introducing in March. I have some good news for the family, not just in New York, but the family around the world, dealing with a weekly class that we will be conducting online the same way that we're conducting these weekly podcasts. I call these podcasts Melanin Monday and Third Eye Thursdays. Those would be considered podcasts. But we're going to turn the podcasts into actual classes where we could really give the information versus what we do when we're doing a podcast. I'm talking about real class, like laid out. So that's what we're going to be getting into, and we'll talk about it later on. I don't want to jump into it this moment, but yeah, somebody says something about this Mercury retrograde. Family, this Mercury retrograde is very real. Yeah, look, this Mercury retrograde ain't playing. Son, this shit is not a game. I'm here to let you know this shit right here. Yeah, this one right here 2020, you know what I mean? But this one right here, this Mercury record, the shit that I'm seeing, even as I'm sitting back and the things that's going on around, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a real one right here. You got to be strapped in like New Jersey Jers, New Jersey twerk, because this thing is finna be a roller coaster ride. I could feel it in my bone marrow, you know. So for everybody who, but it's very Saturn, it's very Pluto, you know. That energy is real, you know. The conjunction that took place in early January, the energy is very dominant right now. You know, it's all over the place. It's all over the place. So it's important. So the fact that we see the documentary coming out right now and is dealing with justice, you know, there's a conversation right now, and it's dealing with, you know, the spirit of El Malik Shabazz, the spirit of Malcolm X, the spirit of the one who we say, me included, you know, because I'm a diehard. We say, you know, he's the legend. He's GOAT status. There's nothing, you know, he's an icon. He's a saint. You know, he's the Black Messiah. He is him. If there was one, we've mostly been in agreement to, you know, for the most part, at least in my generation. How about yours? Because all of us are not from the same generation, and I'm cool with that. You feel me? I'm not here to judge you. But my generation, the 70s and the 80s, you know, the seed planters and the ones who are definitely in the driver's seat, and the ones who are the architects, and a lot of the people who have a hand in culture and a lot of things right now and back in the days, they would agree. You know, they would agree. You know, yeah, Nipsey Hussle's documentary got picked up by Netflix as well. Yeah, Netflix is not, Disney Plus and Netflix is not going anywhere. They're going to air material that will fill a void that a Disney Plus streaming network won't touch, in a sense, or it don't fit the brand. So Netflix is going to give you cocaine, killers, and some rainbow shit. You know what I mean? Some LBGT stuff, because some Roman shit. Let's be clear, because I have to verify, I have to clarify my statements when I'm speaking about something and utilizing technology, because Dr. Valentine told us it's a word war, not a world war, a word war. And we say all of these letters and what. Now, I'm just saying Rome. I'm just saying a Romification of this bitch. And all of these other things that are coming on, people put it in these categories. I'm throwing it in one big pot. I'm throwing it in a wok, my niggas. And I'm saying this is duck Rome. This is Rome sauce. You know what I'm talking about? It's niggas being, you know, there's a bad case of when in Rome, be Roman. And then we all get excited about all of these things. Oh, they're over there trying to sleep with babies of both genders. Oh, Roman. Oh, the government is wild crooked. Roman. Oh, homie is trying to become an emperor. Roman. Oh, they're imperialists. They be just taking land from people. Roman. Oh, the citizens are getting struck down. Roman. Oh, the taxes and all of these other penalties are being levied on the common folk. Roman. Oh, gentrification. Oh my goodness. You know, I can't. They're pushing us out. I can't afford to live in the hood anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's not, you know, it's not cheap to be in the killing fields. It's not I can't afford to be in the killing fields anymore. I can't afford to be near the bando. Roman. And I'm not talking about Roman Reigns for all you niggas in wrestling. Roman. That's all it is when you really think about it. I did a lecture entitled Americana Nova Roma, American Gods 3. Americana Nova Roma and broke down, in good enough detail. That not just in theory, not just in speculation, not just in heresy or heresy, none of these things. You know how we approached it though? With facts. Showing you the architecture, taking you to the sacred, taking you to the way that the cities are laid out, taking you to the actual architecture of the thing, the science of it, the geometry of it, the foundation of it. I'm under the impression that 98% of people that are viewing me at the moment are inside of structures that have been put together with foundations on them. You know what I'm talking about? It's only a few niggas surfing right now listening to me, but everybody else is in a foundational structure. So you understand the concept of foundation. You understand what foundation means to a thing, that you don't get encapsulated with the outer garments or the quote unquote, the fixings that they put on things, but you focus on foundation. What is the frame? What's the platform that these things stand on? And that's how you can affect things. So the foundation of everything that we're seeing has a root. You know what I'm talking about? A root. It has a root. It has a source, and this source is becoming an all-powerful source. It's an elusive source because the tentacles of the source have incorporated itself into all facts of life. When in Rome, be Roman. The shit is Rome. So, you in Sodom, and then you move to Gomorrah. You know what I'm talking about? But then you talking about, you in church talking about the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, not knowing that you live in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Not knowing that you live in Sodom or New York for that matter. Do you know what you're living in, right? Do you know that maybe the shit that you're reading in the books is speaking of a time that hasn't even come about, that is about right now? If you know any evangelicals, Christian Zionists, and you go and talk to them, those people like Mike Pence, man like Bolsonaro in Brazil, man like, who's the other Christian Zionist? It's a whole bunch of them. Man like Donald Trump, all of these people, all of these fanatics. Talk to them. They'll tell you that biblical prophecy is taking place right now. And the curse of Ham is you niggas. Undeniably. You know what I'm talking about? These are on the American side, of course, because it's a global thing when it comes to that whole that body right there. But on the American side, those are the slave owners. Those are the if you hear anything that say founding fathers, if you ever hear the term founding fathers, you know what I mean? That's a wig, my nigga. That's a wig. That's a lace front to cover up slave owners, not masters either. Slave owners, human traffickers. And I'm going to say this term, and I don't want you to get offended, right? To saying that I'm calling our ancestors, our mighty ancestors, birds. But bird flippers, the original bird flippers, they were trappers, and then they start flipping niggas. I'm telling you, they were flipping people like birds. I'm gonna break it down. Give me a second. In 1808, right? In the year 1808, There's two periods in America that are of the utmost significance for the reparation brothers and sisters that are out there, for the historians that are out there, for the Moors that are out there, for anybody out here dealing with heritage, civics. If you're going for sovereignty, if you're going to be a private citizen, all of these things matter. These two dates. 1619 and 1808. Now, in 1808 is when they banned what is known as the importation of Africans from the continent into America. Although it still occurred in piracy, the actual concept that was being enacted was that they were going to switch the business model of buying imported, kidnapped Africans, purchasing them. And they switched their whole business model and they said, no, what we're going to do is we're going to become what is known as a slavery-making society, a slave-making society, a breeder society. This was the birth of what you know as the breeder society. This is when they closed off the borders inside of quote-unquote America, and they began to rape our women in numbers that are unseen in any time in history. I'm talking about Indian women, African women, what they would call Negro women, and they created what they know as birds. They created children who they sold as like a nigga in Narco, a nigga in Mexico like Pablo was flying birds across the goddamn Atlantic and Pacific. Because the children, remember, it's the term that they used was cat. Well, hold on, let me get my notes. Because I want to give you the proper term to go and look up. Natural increase. Okay? Natural increase. That was the term. These are all economic terms, mind you. Keep this in mind. We are discussing all of the bankers that they told you to look up to. All of these people who created these insurance companies, the first people to get rich in America. It's the same way that like the narcos are getting rich in Mexico, and then generations down the line, their children become power brokers in the states that those crops have created. They create narco states. Georgia was a narco state, okay? The Carolinas were narco states. Virginia, the Chesapeake Valley, narco states. Those were all slavery narco states. They were moving crops, my nigga. It started out tobacco, then it started out sugar, then it started out cotton. Those were crops. But the biggest crop that they could flip like a bird, like if a nigga say, yo, I want 10 racks right now. I need 10 racks. Yo, go and get that little wench from her mother, right? Go and get the little wench. Or that occurred because you had these sales, but on New Year's Day, that was the most dreaded day for people on plantations and people who were enslaved behind the borders in America was New Year's Day, because New Year's Day was the day that all of these people got their books settled. This was the day that you had to cash in on debts. This is the first fiscal day of the year, so you had to get your book settled. So this was the day that even when they lent out slaves, they were lending out slaves or enslaved people, enslaved Africans, right? Like they would lend out tools and like how they would lend out leaf blowers. You know what I'm talking about? Like how they would lend out leaf blowers. Like how they would lend out lawnmowers. Like they would have like a nigga will lend out, you know, the blicky. Yo, go bring, you know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean, bring that back, make sure you know That's how they was lending our people out. But they were not lending, they were lending them out, but if they ever decided that they wanted to sell them, they added them up. Millions of dollars on today's quote unquote, when you take the amount of money that they were receiving for the slaves and you equal it to the amount of money today. They were making millions of dollars, by selling off multiple slaves. And these slaves post 1808 is the beginning of what we know as today as the nigger factory. This is the ultimate creation of what you know now as the African American, because at this time in 1808, when they decided to close off the borders, one of the main reasons why they said that we could begin to explode the numbers of slaves is because we are going to go to war militaristically. We are going to invade. We are going to push forward. We are going to push more into the interior and go to war against the Native Americans, the indigenous tribes, the copper tone, color complexion people, and all of these people. And what are we going to begin to do? We're going to take the women from these nations and whatnot, from these confederacies, after we defeat their men in war and slay their men and whatnot, and we'll take their kids and we'll turn their kids into boy toys and things like that, because they were treating them like they were too rambunctious. They said the Indians knew the land and stuff like that, and they couldn't break them like that because they were on their land. It's a different psychology. You can't tell him he's not one of these tribe people, and he's like, nigga, that's what we talking about. You know what I mean? So they began to take those women, put them with the African slaves or the African breeders and whatnot, or they took the Europeans and they would interbreed between the, you know what I mean? There was an interbreeding that was taking place, and the Atlantic Creole was born. The Atlantic Creole, all right? And these so-called mulatto races exploded throughout, the Americas, or it wasn't even called the Americas at a certain point. This is when it was territories and whatnot. But after they became after this declaration and all of that stuff, then yeah, America. And the forward expansion from 1808 going all the way up until they take California, Mexico, and the Mexican American War, is pure slaughter from that. I'm talking about pure genocide of all copper tone complexion nations, nation states. Andrew Jackson, Trail of Tears, when they found the gold in the mountain in Georgia, the Blue Mountains, when they found the gold in California, went out there gun crazy, when they was in Texas bodying shit, they were going bonkers. And during a lot of that time, there was all kind of, this is when rape culture was officially embedded and ingrained. You know what I'm talking about? Ingrained. You know what I mean? This is when the quote unquote psychosis, that the mental health issues that Black men and women are still dealing with right now. This is when these seeds are planted. This is that time right here. This is the terror dome. You know what I'm talking about? So you have to visualize what was being done. They got a whole look. This is picture this. They got a whole auction block on some Wall Street shit, right? Because they had auction blocks, the biggest auction blocks, the biggest auction there, the biggest spots for auctioning African bodies, right? And they auctioning niggas today in these same places. It did not stop, yo. That's what I'm saying. Nothing has stopped. And I'm not being facetious. I'm not being pessimistic. I'm being a teacher, and I'm just keeping it. You know what I mean? I'm using my common sense at the end of the day. You don't gotta be, this ain't a deep dive, my niggas. I got this one in shallow, I scooped these up in shallow waters. These pearls was waiting for me when I got in the ocean. This ain't a deep dive. Motherfucking Mississippi, Natchez, Mississippi. That was a port. That was the slavery port. Louisiana. That was a slavery port. Natchez, Mississippi, slave port, and it was a market. Okay. In Tennessee and Nashville, these are frontier towns. It was part of North Carolina, what is now Tennessee and quote unquote Nashville, the home of this country music shit, where these motherfucking cowboy, these Kid Rock niggas and all of them, Nashville and all of that stuff. Cashville. This is where Andrew Jackson This is where most of the Confederates come from. You understand? These are where these cowboys, these outlaws, this is their breeding grounds. Okay? These are the ones who go and ride out, and these are the terror campaign. This is the seat of the KKK. You know what I'm talking about? These frontier towns, Jacksonians, Waxhaw, where Andrew Jackson is born, in Waxhaw. You know, frontier towns. They don't got no culture. They more dealing with snake. They dealing with some whole savage shit, right? So you had Natchez, you had Tennessee, you had the Chesapeake, which was a slave port. That whole Chesapeake waterway and everything. They was moving niggas up and down. So to today. And then South Carolina, right? South Carolina by way of, the ports in South Carolina by way of Barbados, my Bayesian niggas, Wagwan, right? So today, right now, in and now, the 4 main states that feed the prison complex industry is Mississippi, Louisiana, Maryland, in North Carolina. They feed the prison system. And the prison system is the plantation. In Angola and Louisiana, it's the plantation is the prison. Like, they didn't change much, guys. They didn't change much. So the way that they are ushering our people inside of these jails, like cattle, and niggas is wearing that like a tattoo on the neck. Our people have been groomed and reared by these corporately controlled rap artists. Now you see that these niggas got strings on them. These corporately controlled, don't think that this is the first time that niggas get their buttons pushed. It's the whole thing it's all push button notification. Certain people were told what to rap about. Certain people were told what to say. Did Snoop Dogg apologize to the bitches that he said ain't hoes and tricks? I want to know that. Did he bundle that in the Susan Rice apology? Because they still got their feelings hurt. No, Texas and California, yes, they feed the prison system, and they're part of the whole thing too, because Texas features Sam Houston. You know what I'm talking about? Is a Jacksonian. Okay, Sam Houston is a Jacksonian. Jackson was the president of Texas in the beginning, right? So I'm just saying, like, Texas, all of these states, everything that's going on right now, all of the states where they running our people into the motherfucking, into the grave and into the jail cell is the same places where they began to enact these curses centuries ago. Hands down. The killings of all of these people that they put in front of us is all part of a campaign. It's all of a psyop. How do I know? Because I'm doing the research. How do I know? Because I could just show you. Mike Brown, right? Missouri, right? Do you know what Missouri means to the whole civil rights slavery thing? Do you know what Kansas, who just won the thing, and we had the brother on the show, and he broke it down, right? Shout out to the Mo. Missouri. Thank you for the cash app. Missouri, right? Trayvon Martin. He gets killed in Seminole County, Florida. Seminole County, when you do the research about the whole slave history and everything, Florida is featured heavily. Florida was almost like Maroon City. right? Think about where the Jedis was at when Darth Vader and everybody. Think about Zion in the Matrix, where all of them was hiding out and they was going to regroup before they went into the Matrix to do licks and whatnot, and catch bodies and whatnot, and hit and paint houses, right? That was Florida, the land of flowers. The Spaniards, they were on St. Augustine and everything. They were on the exterior, on the coast and everything. But on the interior was the Seminoles, the Yamasee, and all of these other things. They've always had this hatred. They've always had this lust. They've always had this bloodthirsty lust to decimate and to destroy and to clap down and to crush the quote-unquote species of nigger that comes out of Florida. And to keep it even more interesting, to give you the connection with Zimmerman, the Cuban connection. If you know the history of America, you know they've always wanted Cuba. That is a crown jewel in the empire's crown. They are going to do everything in their power until it's over to get Cuba. They wanted Cuba since the 1800s. When Spain had Cuba. They wanted Cuba when Kennedy got in office. They want Cuba now. Cuba, I don't think people understand what Cuba is. America was infatuated with getting Cuba. And the Cuba connection to Florida and Miami is undeniable. When our people was putting in that work, we was going up in Cuba. You understand? So Florida, where they killed Trayvon Martin, where they set this whole thing off at. Charleston, South Carolina, where Dylan Roof put in the work. That's a slave port. That features heavily. Charlottesville, Virginia, that's a slave. That's dealing with this whole slave shit. It was a Robert E. Lee statue with a fucking marching of their army, the whole militia, and then they caught a sacrifice on a white girl named H.H. Okay? Stop playing with me. You don't see the rituals? And then, so he goes in a church in Charleston and smokes a senator in the whole goddamn church. And then you got Freddie Gray. He's in Baltimore. That's Chesapeake Valley. That's the whole Chesapeake. The highest concentration of black men incarcerated is in Maryland. Facts. That's that whole DMV area. That's the Chesapeake. To this day, the highest rate of what they call what's that shit where people sleep with their brothers and whatnot? Incest. The highest rate of incest is in Baltimore to this day. Why? Because that was a slave breeding state. And they would have little boys sleeping with little girls who were probably related to each other or cousins and shit like that. The hypersexualization of our race was enacted during these times by these people, and the buck breaking of our men, the planting of these viruses, these antibodies, these pathogens. They did it when they first came. They actually killed the people with some shit like SARS or maybe like the coronavirus. You know what I'm talking about? It was almost like, imagine if they put eight cruise liners, right? 18 cruise liners, fill them up with Chinese people from Wuhan, right? And we not talking about Wu-Tang. We talking about Wuhan from the epicenter. Imagine if they fuck that. They loaded up all of the hospitals where people had the coronavirus and was like, nah, get on these cruise liners. We're going to take care of you on the sea, on some Caribbean cruise ship. And then they pulled up to the shores of America, and everybody that had the coronavirus hopped off and started running up in America. That's the same thing. And you might be like, that's impossible. That is exactly what they did coming in from Europe into the Americas. And they turned they was killing people by breathing on them. I can't describe the funk. The funk is the description of the funk is unbearable. You know what I'm talking about? Nigga, the funk was so crazy on these Europeans, the boat was falling apart. In the sea, the wood was like, nah, I can't take it no more. No mas. I give up. He was falling out to the sharks. The wood of the ship. Ship was just falling apart. Nigga, these were walking coronaviruses. So it took them coming back like 3 times for the Indians to develop an immunity. They wiped out 2 consecutive waves of generations that they came into physical contact with. These are the same Puritans that when they came to America, I showed the article in the lecture. They would not take showers. The Puritans did not take showers. The Europeans thought taking showers was unholy. The Indians thought that they was crazy and was trying to get them to go in the creek and take their clothes off. They would go in the creek with their clothes on and just make sure that their clothes got clean. That's what we talking about. And it was an embarrassment probably because of what they're lacking and not packing. You know what I'm talking about? They probably didn't want to get dressed in front of, a nigga named Crazy Longhorse. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to get undressed in front of him and take a fucking bird bath. So these niggas decided to stay dirty. You did? And they was sleeping with mad little kids. And that's the shit that was infuriating the Indians and had them turning on them. Is because of their pedophilia. They were not able to hide it. And the homosexuality. They were not able to hide the homosexuality amongst these people who thought that that shit was absolutely abnormal. So these people come here, they spread these diseases, then they come later on, they spread these sexual diseases, then they come later on and they start spreading these other pathogens. And you saying what now? You know what I'm talking about? The germ man. Yeah. Shout out Antonio Jones for that. That's what they used to call him on Rikers Island. Well, they would call the Spanish dudes Germans. We call them Germans. They didn't like that. You know? Man, the scalping. You know how many scalps they had of these Europeans, Joe? Don't ever... You're not gonna get this. People don't understand. We get the story from the perspective of the people that got scalped. We're not getting the story from the perspective of the scalper. We're not getting the story from the perspective of the lion. You got the hunter telling you the story, and niggas is running around regurgitating and proliferating that version of the story. And my nigga, that's not it. It's deeper than that. It's shit that was going down. People was getting their ass handed to them. People was fighting back. They had to move strategically before they outwitted certain people. But when disease starts to kill some of the stronger people, and when disease starts to, weaken the interior of a people who will serve as a heavy defense and whatnot, and you rely into the same kind of war tactics that you used against the Moors during the quote-unquote bubonic plague and whatnot. You implemented germ warfare. That is a tactic that they perfected. And it seems, looking at the whole Wuhan thing, and from where my resources are pointing to, it seems like these Americans have somewhat, even perfected their quote-unquote proxy wars by letting biogenetic weapons go off, and then blame it on other people. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Castro kicked the gangsters out. Castro kicked remember, he kicked the children of the slavers, the children of the cotton plantations and the candy, the sugar plantations, the families of the rum exporters and whatnot. Yeah, they all had to go. And the mobsters, but before the mobsters, it was these quote unquote, planters, the original mafia, the original mobsters, the original narcos, the original dope boys. It's the European who came over here and he created an economic system. His foundation, the same foundation that is holding up your house, your hut, your mansion, your skyscraper, whatever you live in, the same concept, the foundation of everything that people say is this American dream. The foundation, the core is capitalism. And what is capitalism? The core is capitalism. And what is capitalism? Capitalism is basically getting the most from your dollar with the cheapest amount of labor, getting your return on your investment, the amount of flips that you can make. It's about the bottom line. So the bottom line in America or in the colonies at this level, in the 17, 18, at this point, what was it? Well, it was free labor, right? It was free labor forces. Ooh, not just free labor. Something deeper than just free labor. They were able to practice cannibalism. They were able to practice terrorism. They were able to enact pure dominance. They were able to do what? They were able to sexually exploit. They were able to take out all of their quote unquote sicknesses that they came over here with in the form of pus and boils. Well, now these sicknesses is on the brain, and these sicknesses is a part of the genetic makeup. So Iceman inheritance, these sicknesses, like I said before, serial killings was taking place during the ages of slavery and chattel slavery. They were killing people. They were serial killers that would go inside of the quote unquote on plantations and kill slaves. There was free people. There were people who were not slaves being found in the woods and whatnot with their throats cut, women with their throats cut, and all kind of shit going on. The serial killing started the minute them ships pulled up. Let's be clear. That's why up until now, the majority of those people are of that descent. And the ones who are of quote unquote melanated descent. Let me tell you something. Let me explain something to you so you don't get it fucked up. You obviously may not have been doing further research about the races and the quote unquote color of the quote unquote indigenous races or the color of the tribes and the nations that inhabited what you call Europe in the 1700s, the 1800s, and the 1600s. Because when you look at the Europeans that came over here as the immigrants in the second immigration wave, the whole Ellis Island things, the fucking Italians was olive, right? The Irish was dark as hell, right? And a lot of those Europeans, the Sephardic Jews and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? They had hair like this, Gene Wilder ass niggas. The niggas had curly froze. And some of them had schnauzers. And some of them had black noses. And then nobody talks about the mulattoes. Nobody talks about the mulatto races. Nobody talks about the millions of Bells. Remember the movie Belle, ladies? I know a lot of ladies seen Belle because, you know, that's for the ladies. You know what I'm talking about? Where you could fantasize being a fucking toy in one of these castles and whatnot, forgetting, you know what I'm saying? That nigga, we brought you into that party. You know what I'm saying? Stop it. Yeah, those was our castles. We was putting on all white parties before these niggas came up. So, you know, our coat of arms was flying higher than all of their shits. So even if you aspire to be on some Rapunzel shit and be a maiden of one of these fucking Dukes and Yorks, you know what I mean? Just remember when we had the throne, how we had this shit rocking, and you're marrying down. You're downplaying yourself. You know what I'm saying? Look at how Queen Sheba was moving. You know what I'm talking about? Look how the real African queens was moving. You want to be a fucking concubine? You know what I'm saying? You just want to be a concubine? Because that's all that is. That's all they was exporting. Remember, the highest selling slave is a fancy girl. and a fancy girl is a mulatto. Especially, they were mostly seen in the Louisiana regions. They fetch for the highest price. The fancy girl. The European man. This is on record. The European man considered the quote-unquote mulatto fancy girl and the mulatto woman to be the finest specimen of woman on the planet, based on the fact of her admixture and her amalgamation, and she was the most desired. Remember, women's suffrage. Think about that. Women's suffrage. If they were treating their women like fucking dogs, what were they doing to our women? Only two things could have happened. There's only two possibilities. One, they was putting, they had their bottom bitch really on the bottom, and they was putting their side chick above her, which would be the black shorty, you know what I'm talking about? Or they had their bottom bitch, which was the white woman that they were married to and having these children with or whatnot. They had them, you know, on some shit where she was dominating their quote-unquote side concubine. Right? It was either or. It was either or. It was either that he was shitting on the Becky like, bitch, are you crazy? You know what I'm talking about? Do you see what I'm rolling with? You know what I'm talking about? Dude, look at her and look at you. Because that comparison was being made. These women were of us. When I say stunning beauty, I'm talking about stunning beauty. I've seen pictures or paintings. When you look at our women in the 20s, when you look at our women in the 1800s, these women are of stunning beauty. So when you look at the pictures of Pocahontas and the Indian sisters, these what are you talking about? The fancy girls were the Indians. The fancy girls are Indian women, red bones. Some of them are Indian, some of them are mulattoes, Creoles and whatnot. But yeah, this is what they were doing. They were moving these women around like prostitutes. So and then I mean, that was one situation. But the way that my research is showing me, that was one thing. But then all women who are enslaved, from a point of 1808 when they were doing the coffles, walking people through all of these towns. You had coffles that had like 100 people on a chain gang. When I was locked up on Rikers Island, when I was locked up in Wayne County, when I was locked up in different places around the world, nigga, they still doing that. They got niggas walking on the chain gang. You gotta go left, right? You got a goddamn chain around your waist. You got the shit around your. You got the silver bracelets on, and they running you like the chain gang. They running you like a coffle when you in a pokey. When you in a Pokemon, and I ain't talking about Pokemon. When you locked up, when you're in jail. I don't give a fuck, ladies, if you got, you know it, if y'all got caught boosting at Walmart, you know what I'm talking about? You was switching tags at fucking Burlington or something, or you had a DWI, you know, women get it too. They got y'all on the chain gang as well, but the chain gang ain't go nowhere. The same, they call them irons. The same irons that they had on our brothers and sisters, that's the same irons that the COs come and drop on the floor. If y'all watching this and y'all COs right now, y'all are there, y'all slave catchers. You are recreating some shit because they had our people doing that back then. Don't get it fucked up. Or they had a mulatto doing it. But they had somebody doing it who looked like us. Don't get it fucked up. This is not it was a color thing. But my man, oh man, don't think that them boats of Europeans did not have some niggas on it. The Moors got converted into Moriscos. The Jews got converted into some Christians. Niggas got European names, and then they made a lot of them go lay up with the monks. They flipped them niggas over the years. This was in the 14 going in the 15. So by the time the 1700s come, they got a standing army of mulattoes in Italy, and I mean in Spain and shit like that, and in Portuguese and whatnot. And yeah, they bringing them niggas in Florida and running up and down, and them niggas is fighting and killing for them too. Fuck is you thinking? Fuck is you thinking? In the same way you niggas is running on the front lines right now. Fuck is you saying? The same way that you was running on the front lines in the Civil War, the Revolutionary War, the Indian War. You know what I'm saying? They play G.I. Joes all the time with niggas. That's a fact. Ain't it? They've had our people on the front line. Am I making this up? Niggas was in World War I, World War II, the Korean War, Panama War, Secret War, the fucking Avengers War, the Infinity Gauntlet War. You know what I'm saying? And was coming home and they was hanging niggas. How about that? They was coming home and getting hung, bro. They were coming home and people were treating them worse than the Nazis were treating, you know, quote unquote Jews over there in Europe. So think about the mentality that was forming in the subconsciousness of the African American, because this title holds validity when you think about it right now. When you think about what was the stock, what was the pedigree that was created in the sex farm. We got to talk about this. They breeded out the pure African. They breeded out the quote unquote Indians. They interbreeded them. They intermingled them, and then they dropped their blood in there too. Do you know how many generations it takes to whiten up a fucking person? Do you know you can achieve that in 2 generations? They call it genetic bleaching. Go and look up genetic bleaching. Somebody give me an amen. Genetic bleaching. The Indians today are whiter. Nigga, the Puerto Ricans and Dominicans are whiter. Do you know it don't take long to whiten a nigga up? I could show you. It's on my Instagram, but it's on my inbox, and I can't go on my inbox from the computer right here, and I'm on the gram. I would have showed you. I got a picture right now of a black man from Sudan who had a white wife. They had a mulatto son. He married a white woman. The fucking child is white, bro. The little nigga looked like Justin Bieber. So it's called genetic bleaching. You could genetically bleach yourself back into a fucking European in 2 generations. And please believe niggas is on that train right now. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. How many Barbies is out here playing with their Silky Hawaii, and they will get with a fucking European so little Barquisha could have a fucking shot at having some original Silky Hawaiian hair? Shit, dumb shit like that. Oh, maybe we could shoot for Blue Eyes because she could be the new Blue Ivy. Come on. These niggas out here having Obamas. Yo, I want to mix, I want to create, these children in the middle. They're privileged, they could be the president of Mars one day when Elon Musk steps down. You know that nigga South African? Does anybody ask him how he feels about apartheid? Mr. Elon? Yeah, the girl Tamara from Sister Sister. Her son look like he's European. And then they have a talk with the progeny. They tell the progeny, look, we got mad money on that. We got mad inheritance off of cotton money, little nigga. We got tobacco money. You know what I'm saying? Little nigga, you. And if you bring a Meghan Markle through these colonial doors, you won't get none of this inheritance. You could play with it if you want, but the plan is to flatten the motherfucking those little non-ethers that's in your head to be trying to rise up. We trying to do away with that shit. So they tell the child with, you know, probably 96% of RH Remus, you know, in his blood. They're like, yo, go and get you a Becky and procreate. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, little Brandon and whatnot, he'll be the fucking breadwinner of the family. We'll put all kind of shit in his name. We will crown him. But come back home. And they doing that shit. You know what I'm talking about? They got arranged marriages, bro. What are you talking about? They got arranged marriages. Y'all hit that like button. Talk black to me. Y'all hit that like button. We didn't even get into the Malcolm shit yet. But this is the Malcolm shit. Why? Because they said it in the documentary. And I said it in my lectures that I want to make a documentary. So I'm going to let y'all know that I want to make Fear of a Black Messiah a documentary in the same veins that I'm seeing these documentaries on Netflix that they picking up. There's a formula, and I can make that formula happen. I am going to make Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah a documentary that the world will be able to see because I have enough evidence to prove. I'm on my time. Well, who was my nigga? You can't handle the truth. That was Jack Nicholson. Yeah, I'm ready to stand in the court and give my I'm ready to take this shit to court. I'm ready to go to trial. Because I could prove in a court of law that the fear of a Blackamoor Messiah is a debilitating fear that will never go anywhere. You niggas is just waiting. I know it. You on your countdown. You're just hoping and praying. You waiting for that email from Jesus back so he could be like, you know what? I received your fucking 1 million prayers to make it all go away and make white people your friend again. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to not grant you that fucking wish. Because you know why, scary nigga? Because you signed up for this shit. Yes, you did. You're just too fucking scared to remember. Little nigga, you too scared to take the initiation to find out. What the fuck did you come here for? Because remember, a lot of our purposes is hidden behind the door that niggas are scared to walk through. And we made it like that. Like Dr. Valentine said, on this planet Earth, everything that is considered to be priceless and precious is hidden. It's not in the open. It's not on the surface. It's not in plain view. It's not outside of yourself either, my nigga. So your instructions already come prepackaged. You just have to figure out what initiation are you going to take or what are you going to embark on to take you to a place in your mind, mentally. It gotta be mentally because all is mental. First and foremost, it can't be just physical. It has to be something that's going to be dealing with you tapping into your mind on some red pill matrix shit. And when you do that, when you take that initiation, when you are brave enough to make that step and go into that realm, then you will begin to see the basic instructions before leaving Earth. Bible, my nigga, church. You know what I'm saying? Tabernacle. Facts. Because that's where it is. You got to look within. You could do it in meditation, maybe. You could read a few pages. But if you really want to go in that room, there's some shit that you could do. And because of the new YouTube regulations, I can't even tell you what it is. You're going to have to catch me on Thursday classes when we're not on YouTube. That will be off of YouTube, mind you. It'll be a live stream just like this, but it'll be in a private, it won't be public YouTube. Because public YouTube, they're censoring all of this information. All of this information is being watched. When I watched the documentary, right? And they brought up, I watched the episode called Black Messiah, right? There's an episode called Black Messiah on the Malcolm X documentary, Who Killed Malcolm X? There's an actual episode, and it's called Black Messiah, right? Where will it be at? It will be on my app. The classes will be on our app. So just and that will be, the classes are going to start the first week of March, and it will be on the app. So I want everybody to sign up to facts2020.org. Everybody give me your information. I want your email. I want your data. You know what I'm talking about? That's the best way to repay me back for whatever I may give to you in the form of information. Just give me an email. You know what I mean? Link up with me, because when the app is ready, I'm going to need to send it, you know, the information or the quote unquote notification through the email. That's the best way to communicate with you, or through your phones, you know, which would be, to me, the phone is better than the email, because you would check your phone SMS message before your email. You dig what I'm saying? And, you know, I'm not no fucking robocaller. Like, I don't be spamming people with all of this dumb shit. If you get a bat signal, it's because some shit is going down. You feel me? So facts2020.org. I'll pull up the site right now. Hold on. It's going to be on the banner right here ticking. You feel me? Look at the banner right there. You see it ticking? That's all of the information for anybody that's inquiring on how to do business with us, on how to link up with us, on how to get down with the movement, and on how to be the patrons of these arts and sciences that I'm bringing to the family, and that, you know, that I've been and I will continue to bring. But bringing us back to the documentary that we're speaking about, which is the Who Killed Malcolm X. They showed you, and they explained, they were interviewing the actual FBI agents who were surveilling him, right? They were interviewing the FBI agents who were surveilling and tracking Malcolm X. And they were saying that they were happy, they were elated when he fell out with Elijah Muhammad, because they said that Elijah Muhammad was losing the most important chess piece in the game that he was playing in his organization, because at that point the organization was too strong, too influential, it was too powerful, you understand? And it was too dangerous to the national interest of America. Those Europeans couldn't sleep at night when Malcolm was in the nation. That's a fact. The way that they was turning up, the way that they had, the way that they were bringing in celebrities like Cassius Clay and flipping them to Muhammad Ali, the way that they were influencing the influencers, the same thing that you see going on right now in this community through social media. That's why we're being censored. That's why we're being clipped. That's why they're stepping in and they're putting all of these the woke people, you know what I mean? The woke puppets in the place of actual frontliners and teachers and scholars and whatnot that are really on some messianic shit. Real talk. The real messiahs, there's a fear of those messiahs and what those messiahs can do when those messiahs get into the matrix, and the potential that those messiahs have for breaking that shit completely down, just based off of what they're doing on this realm right here, right now, in the free economy, without budgets and whatnot, without quote unquote, you know, multi-millionaires and whatnot funding your operations, without that assistance, just with a Wi-Fi connection, you know what I'm talking about, and a goddamn cannon. We took shots and we let off the goddamn cannons. You feel me? We let them cannons off. And those cannons were in the versions of clips that you see on YouTube. Now, you might call them YouTube clips, but there's a military term for those clips. There's a technological, socio-economic term for clips like that. They're called disruptors. You call them clips, I call them disruptors. You know? You call them clips, I call them disruptors. Because certain lecturers, and I'm not talking commercial consciousness. Let's not confuse commercial consciousness. Let's not confuse, consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Let's not confuse consciousness. You know what I mean? With consciousness. What I'm speaking of is an invisible university. All right? What I'm speaking of is the invisible university of brothers and sisters that are scattered around the world. The quote unquote invisible empire of brothers and sisters who are receiving information at the same time, on the same frequency, from some of the same teachers who are pushing similar narratives, waking up similar different parts of your brain, rejuvenating sleeping giants that are lying, they're snoring inside of you, right? And collectively, we all like, yo, that person did it for me. Yo, that person did it for me. Yo, I listened to that person. Yo, this person woke me up. Yo, I rock with this person. No, I rock with that person. This thing is a league. There's a league of extraordinary gentlemen and women. There's a league of extraordinary gentlemen and women. There's an uncanny X-Men, X-Force out here, a pantheon of quote-unquote intellects that are engaging in intellectual warfare, going all the way back to Frederick Douglass, Booker T, going all the way back to W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, and his writings. We're speaking about those people who were working the pen, because the pen is mightier than the sword. Revolutions were started with a pen. You understand? Governments, coup d'etats, governments were overthrown with the stroke of a pen. I promise you. So the pen is mighty. And brothers and sisters have been using that to their advantage. And then you had the orators, the ones who could speak it, the ones who could say it, the ones who could, quote unquote, interpret it. Because the power to interpret a thought, the power to interpret what one can write on paper, the power to indict, the power to make it plain and to make it simple is a power that our good brother, El Malik Shabazz, a.k.a. Malcolm X, a.k.a. Detroit Red, a.k.a. Malcolm Little, that's what he possessed. In the streets, they called him Red. My grandfather called him Red. Dr. Sabi called him Red. They didn't call him Detroit Red. They called him Red. That was his name in the streets. And he was in the streets for real. I'm in Harlem. He was in the streets for real. And you didn't need to, some people see the depiction on The Godfather of Harlem. That's an interpretation. That's everything is not accurate in that series. It's not 100% accurate, but it's a depiction of. So the power that this messianic force was able to galvanize, keep in mind, when Malcolm came into the nation was not what it was when he left. When Malcolm came into the nation, the fire, the magnetism that Malcolm possessed made the numbers explode. He appealed to the killers and the $100 billers. He spoke the language. He was a familiar name and face. Why? Because he got stamped by the streets. He got stamped by the streets. Shout out to Black Dot in the building. David Walker's Appeal. Great book. Make sure y'all go and get that. If you have a video about Marcus Garvey and the Indians, I would like that. I would love to get that video if you could get that to me. Right? So our brother was extremely influential. And as we see in the documentary, his influence was being surveilled. So when you're on this front line and you're doing this work and you are out here and you getting caught up in social media dopamines and whatnot, because you're getting likes and whatnot, niggas is like, go in. You see a lot of fire emojis, you got followers, your fucking hands and your ears be itching because people are talking about you, right? But on the flip side of that, you know what I'm talking about? When you smoke a little marijuana or you're by yourself sometimes and you get time to think, you say to yourself, damn, I hope the feds didn't get that clip from earlier this morning when I was going in on Shorty, because, that right there, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? That birdie comes, that voice comes in your ear and reminds you, nigga, you're under a fucking microscope. Okay? Carry yourself accordingly. Put on a fucking show if need be. But nigga, you're being watched by the watchmen. And we're not talking about Angela Abar either. To come to the realization, being in this movement, that you are being watched, that you are being surveilled, because do you know what the Federal Bureau of Investigation means? It means that they're investigating. So for them to admit in the documentary that they were watching this nigga for 24 hours a day, people are like, oh my goodness, I couldn't believe it. Nigga, it's called the surveillance for a reason. They were doing their job. They're surveilling the niggas. So if you don't think, thank you, Kevin, for the Cash App. If you don't think that we that are in this community who are on this front line where our names are mentioned amongst these top names, these top 10 names that are usually mentioned when people throw names, or if your name gets caught up in any kind of drama or fuckery, then everybody knows your name. If you want to get known, just get caught up in some beef, nigga, or just start, just do some tomfoolery. Niggas will find that, they'll know who you are in a minute. So everybody who name gets out there, you got a jacket. And if they were watching Malcolm X and these brothers in the 60s, okay, before the age of the digital shit, in the 60s, before cameras was the size of a fucking a nanobyte, if they were putting so much emphasis on following these brothers, then we have to understand that that is being done in our midst. Right? 9 FBI informants and one quote unquote one NYPD informant was at the ballroom. Like they were saying in the documentary. That time that Malcolm was assassinated was a very tumultuous time in his life. He just had his house firebombed. He had death creeping on him. People were saying that he had it on his face, that they could see that he was not who he was a shell of himself at a certain point. That 1 year after him leaving the nation was a very bumpy, very toxic, very tumultuous, very up and down, paranoid, real fucking, it was a real heavy year for the God. It was real heavy on the God. And they killed that man in front of his fucking daughter, bro. That shit made me cry when I saw it. They shot that man, they shot the guard down like they was in a fucking shooting gallery. They killed that nigga in front, they killed the guard. They killed the guard in front of his babies and his wife. Come on, B. Come on, B. That shit hurt, man. I don't wish that on nobody, bro. That wasn't right. That was not right, yo. When I saw the brutality that took place and and just how cold-hearted that was, man. I'm like, God damn. Yeah, bombed the house with the babies in it. So it was like, pregnant wife. Bobby Hemmett told us coming into this thing when we were in student mode. Gotta always be able to reflect back to when you in student mode. I don't care how far you get into this shit. Anybody, there's somebody out here probably watching me right now that's gonna be the next Malcolm X. I don't care how far you get into this thing. Always remember what you were learning in student mode and the gems that you got, because you got them for a fucking reason. You're always gonna be able to use the wisdom and the jewels the pearls that you was motherfucking draped with, that you didn't have when you was ashy, my nigga, before you got classy. You became classy because niggas putting pearls around your fucking neck every session. You getting outfitted with jewelry, nigga. Niggas is dropping gems on you. You get icy, nigga. You classy because you came in this bitch ashy. We all did. And I sat at the feet of the ancestors, and Dr. Sabi was hitting me with the motherfucking with the Eric B. You know what I'm saying? With the Flavor Flav clock. He was hitting us with jewels like that. And then Valentine hit us with the jewels. And then Bobby hit us with the jewels. Hakeem Bey, Tariq Bey, Taj Tariq, I mean. C. Freeman L. I could go on for days. Mama Pill, Dr. Francis Crest. It was all of these jewels, all of these pearls. And then next thing you know, niggas is looking like Mr. T. You got a neck full of jewels. But you better look back and remember and be able to recollect when you got the jewels. That's all I'm saying. I remember when Black Dot was giving us jewels. And I'm getting all of these pearls and whatnot. And now when I'm stepping into the building, and now when I'm stepping outside, I'm more confident because I'm adorned. I'm adorned, my nigga. What am I doing? I'm dripping. Talk black to me, okay? I'm dripping now. So I'm dripping in jewelry, and I'm confident, and I'm cocky. So when I hear the bullshit now, and when somebody try to introduce a lie to me, I'm like, I'm chopping that down. I'm able to firebomb that right there. I'm able to fire burn that. I'm like, get that out of here. I could shred that. I'm like the nigga in Mortal Kombat. And then when people come with other things, now that you got this jewelry, it just hit differently. You not ashy, nigga. You classy. And you carry yourself differently. You dignified now. Have some fucking consideration, Benny. Not the butcher, nigga. The Blanco. Have some consideration. That's all I'm saying. Because niggas is out here, niggas is like Elliot Jura. Niggas is giving you niggas the Jacob treatment. All kind of jewelry. So when my master teachers was giving me the game, Bobby Hemmett said, don't fuck with no organization. Fuck with yourself. You know what I'm talking about? And he reiterated that a few times. He was like, fam, you can't do organization. Why? Because we in an age where the gods have come back. How you going to be in a god in an organization? Is it an organization of gods? You know what I'm talking about? Is it? Because an organization in the motherfucking Aquarian age might hinder you from going full god mode. Shit might hinder you from turning into Osiris Omega Bay, nigga. Because that's what your name on Twitter and Facebook is. But guess what? This shit is so ill that you live in this quantum time, this quantum time zone then you just might could be that nigga. You just might could be Osiris, you know what I mean? Quasicodo, Sekhmet Bey. You might be able to be all of that if you stay on it. You just could be that, because I'm seeing people who they gave themselves an attribute, and I'm seeing them become their attribute. So why can't you? Your name is just longer than the niggas that started out this thing. But you might be the next version. You might be the next generation. You're gonna be what's the whoever's coming behind us. Y'all gonna have to do double the fucking the decoding and the work and the motherfucking the content creating and the talents and all of these things. You're gonna have to go super duper hard, triple hard. So yeah. You know, all organizations, be a diplomat, be a statesman. You are living in times of war. Understand this. If you are able to understand this concept and grasp this concept and not be afraid to hold it, you know what I'm saying? Be able to hold it, be able to grab it, be able to grip it, be able to put it in front of you and look at it and examine it and say that there is an active level of warfare in my environment right now. It doesn't have to be white people. Keep in mind, like I've said before, we live on a planet of killers. The fungus is trying to kill. The birds are trying to kill. The snakes are trying to kill. The toads could kill you. The hawks could kill you. The sharks could kill you. The whales could kill you. It's a lot of things, and they're killing each other as well. So this is an active planet that we're living on. This is a planet of carnivores, a planet of dualities. This is what is considered to be a prison planet. You know what I'm talking about? And this is a planet of death, and this is Malkuth. So we don't gotta waste time and energy, and because we don't have a lot of time. So we need to fast forward through the one-on-one lessons and get past trying to convince people that you have natural born enemies running around this bitch. So your natural enemies that are running around, you know what I mean? Your natural enemies that are running around, those enemies, you have people who you're going to have to ally yourself with or align yourself with or ally yourself with. Why? Because my enemy's enemy strategically in the world of strategy, because our people are strategists, the ones who survived. It was a lot of our people before, but it was a lot of us that didn't make it to this point where we at right here. This is not a lot of us. You know what I'm talking about? This is not a lot of us. It's a lot of us that didn't make it. So we have to be strategic to make it to where we're at. So you got to be able to strategize. And good strategy is that sometimes you're going to have to align with people who you might not naturally be, magnetized to, or, you might not be, quote unquote, friendly with these people all the time. But because these people are strategically, allies, then you rock with them during times of war. This is not times of peace right now. There's an economic war going on. I live in New York City. There's a man running for mayor right now by the name of Michael Bloomberg. Michael Bloomberg helped to officiate what we see in New York City, which is a meltdown of a society that is bending under the weight of excess, quote unquote, rent, excess living expenses, a dwindling employment market. He created he created Silicon Alley, and he created a techno hub and whatnot. And this techno hub, by bringing this techno hub into New York City and infusing it with all of this money, he successfully was able to start rising up the property value and justify $3,000 and $4,000 rents because you're bringing in these young these young techies and whatnot who, instead of going to Silicon Valley, they come on the East Coast into Silicon Alley. Silicon Alley is where the Flatiron District is. It's in Lower Manhattan and whatnot. On paper, in 2015, Silicon Alley was only second behind Silicon Valley in terms of gross domestic product or combined valuation of companies inside of a specific area in America. They have Foursquare, Twitter, and a whole bunch of other things. So New York has become unlivable. This man, Mike Bloomberg, because this is a result, this is not the cause, right? So the cause, one of the causes between the mass exodus that you see in New York City, one of the causes between the rise in gang violence, there's gang wars going on in New York. New York is a gang city now. You know what I'm talking about? On record, you talk to any of your gang niggas, they're saying New York is on the gang map. New York has the numbers. They got the hitters. They got the rappers. They got the movements. They got the motherfucking woos and the chews. I showed you that on the show Perceived Threat. I think that was on Thursday, right? Third Eye Thursday. And I also showed you when we did the recap for the quote-unquote The Fear of a Black Planet 2. I showed you the article where they were signaling out the woos and the chews. And for anybody that's out there, shout out to everybody that sent me the $20 for the PDF for the lecture, Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah, 2020 Year of Fear, Part 1. I sent everybody their PDFs. If anybody else wants a PDF, you already know what it is. Your email plus $20 to the Cash App. I'm only doing this up into Thursday. That book is $100, okay? But it's Black History Month, and I just did that lecture, and everybody didn't see that lecture. We had a few hundred people see it, but I got thousands of people watching. So at least I need you to get this study guide so you could get this information, because me having the information, it don't do me no good. What does me having the information do? If I got it and you don't got it, then we don't have it. I got it. We don't have it. And we need this shit, because the understanding that I was able to get about this slave system because I'm studying for this documentary called Buck Breaking. Okay? I want to go to buck breaking with bars. You know what I'm talking about? You know, this will be my big screen debut outside of the Sadie doc. You know, I'm going to be on a documentary role and whatnot. So I'm getting my bars together. So in the research for Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah, the last lecture, I dived into the slave, the nigger machine, the nigger factory is what they call it. Taj Tariq Bey gave it that name, the nigger factory, the buck breaking, slave making regime, which is Southern and yeah, mostly Southern America, the South. Okay. The South, where these people are still running crazy on our people because they're hiding the information. The information, not no nigga, not no Messiah, not no man, not no movement is gonna set you free. The information is gonna set you free. And you'll see in the figure of man the actions in which you could partake in, or you could mimic and whatnot, or you could utilize as an invigoration for you to get up off your ass and do something. But no man is gonna save you. Nobody's gonna fucking run. We are not all on the same team. So even if somebody crosses the motherfucking touchdown line, you didn't get the chip. He did. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Until we form a confederacy, or until we come together as a standing nation, or until we consolidate all of these different cliques and form Voltron, then we can have talks like that. Until then, we can't have talks like that. So I'm dealing with the now. And the now is like, nigga, we not together. You know what I'm talking about? I love you niggas, but we not together. Your win ain't my win. When you score one and you start doing the woo, nigga, I don't get nothing from that. My win is not your win. You know what I'm saying? When I score the touchdown and do my Odin Beckham, it's you could identify it because we all might be wearing each other's jerseys, but it's different. Somebody said build a team. Fam, that team shit got me shook, bro. I'm telling you, man. I'm a loner. I'm a loner. I'm a lone wolf person these days. I'm running around by myself for right now. How about it? I don't want to be in no, I'm chilling because think about the concept. If you join an organization and you ain't and you not the one who started the organization, you'll never be number one at the organization. If you come into my organization, I'll let you know from the door. My peace, beloved. Guess what? Let's just be clear. You'll never be number one, nigga. You'll always be number two, and I'll give you Mace's jersey. You know what I'm saying? Because there's always going to be competition. There's always going to be sabotage. There's always going to be some form of envy, bro. Somebody always going to want to stand in your place. Somebody always going to want to sit at your seat at the table. Somebody always going to want to walk in your Balenciagas. And that's understandable. But if I come into an organization and the organization saved my life and the organization builds me up into the God that I know that I am because I knew it, but I didn't know how to become it. So he who gives me the tools to forge me into the God that I am, do I owe that person my life? How important is your person who red pilled you? How important is that person who is your Morpheus? How important is that person to you? How far will you take it for that person, my nigga? Where is your loyalty to said person who clean you up? What level, what is the line that you will not cross for that person? Because either you're going to have to kill for that person or you got to understand that that person will be able to kill you because of what that person did by saving your life in a sense. If a person saves your life, do they own your life now? Or do they have a percentage? Do they have a share? Do they have a stake? Do they have a share? Do they have a percentage in your life? I'm not saying that they do, but niggas is going to churches, they pulling that on them. Just being born again. And some other people, yeah, they're getting over on them with that one. They're like, fam, you owe me a parcel of your life. Right now, I'm going to cash in on some booty stocks. How about that? Come in, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Tatiana, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what they doing. In the church, the preacher doing it to the little boys. The preacher doing it to the little girls. The conquistadors was doing it to the little girls. The friars was doing it to the little boys. They was getting busy in the Central America with all of my people, Guadalupe and the family and everything, running around genetically bleached. Like they running around in the South, genetically bleached. Like they running around in the East, genetically bleached. This wasn't that long ago. 1808, that's like 4 generations. That's not long ago, family. That's not that long ago. So here you go into an organization and you start this organization and you fire it up because you are the Messiah. There's no denying that. The proof is in the men lie, women lie. The numbers don't. When they coming out and the numbers is like that. You know what I'm saying? There's something about your message. MLK had a messianic force. He was a Messiah. There's not one Messiah amongst us. We've been through so they brought so many great ones across this goddamn ocean out of Africa. Africa is a vast land. They was kidnapping progeny of kings They was taking royal bloodlines. You know what I mean? They was over here running down on the chiefs, beheading the chiefs, scalping the chiefs, and then taking their progeny, turning them out, flipping them. You know what I mean? They was, you know, breaking them, giving them names like you know, Alejandro, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, Brian and whatnot, you know, O'Reilly and shit like that. Whatever they were doing. Whatever they were doing. There was vampiring a lot of people, meaning that they were biting a lot of people and spreading disease. The kind of disease is a sexual lust demon. Those diseases. It's different kinds. But that one right there, that sexually transmitted, that spiritually transmitted disease called a lust demon that they're able to give to people through quote unquote dominant sex, domination. Domination. And y'all call it agape. But it's a Roman military tactic. It's a Roman war tactic. It's a Roman war tactic. It's called domination. That's Roman. And they would dominate you through the phallus, through rape. Okay? It's a form of warfare. It's called, and that's where buck breaking comes from. And that's where the quote unquote what they were doing to women. This is Rome. And the Romanification of this land is going on to is heightening at this level in this time period that we're in right now, in this epoch where things have been repeated because nothing got corrected from those days. Nobody got held accountable. Nothing has changed. Nothing will change until something is done. The people have to wake up. The people have to rise up mentally. The people have to rise up in their intelligence and their intellect as to the reality that they live in. You have to correct your narrative because your perception of reality is completely off. It's off. The shit is completely off. So we suffer because of that. Because all is mental. And this is a holographic universe, and the shit is going to reflect on how we feel, and the people are still hurting because we did not get justice. We at least deserve justice in the form of truth. At least. And we deserve justice in the form of truth given and delivered to us by a messenger or messengers. And the reason why our community is so backwards and so stagnant at this point is because you put your messengers in a wrestling ring. You put your fucking messengers in a Mandingo wrestling ring. You want to see your messengers wrestle. So amongst you, they sent multiple messengers, but these niggas wanted to wrestle. You didn't do it. I'm not blaming you. Not you personally. I'm blaming the people that put these niggas in a ring. And I'm blaming them per se. But the messengers turned into wrestlers. Okay? The messengers turned into goofies. The messengers turned into cartoon characters. And they not even on Netflix. How fucked up is that? They didn't even get picked up on Disney Plus. But they damn sure turned into the peanut gallery. So he sent amongst you 1 or 2 Neos, or 3, or 4, or 5, or 6. You might get 10. But it ain't a lot of them. It's not a lot of them. You got a whole bunch of fake prophets and false prophets and what they call charlatans. You got those because we live in those days as well. So the art of discernment, being able to utilize a filter system, being able to feel with a different, being able to see with a different eye other than your 2 eyes, that is very important because this is a grown man's game that we are in right now. Do not think if you're playing inside of this arena that you stepped into an arena where this is for the lighthearted or this is for quote unquote children. My friend, you in the wrong building. You know what I'm talking about? You should be going to the romper room. This for grown folk over here. This is some real shit going on right here. This is global. This is a galactical platform that you're standing on. This is not just a global stage. This stage is affecting realities and universes and in places that you could not fathom. And because of this digital world, because we're tapped in to a digital world where you cannot tell me where that digital world is housed. You cannot tell me where cyberspace, where the hell does cyberspace exist? What server is holding cyberspace? Let me know. Where is it being broadcasted to? And where the hell is it at? Where is it? Let me know. Is there a server that all of this stuff is coming from? Or is this what is known as the digital? Is this the light realm? Is this the quote unquote energized light realm that people speak of? If this is this another dimension that this whole thing is tapped into? This digital shit is spiritual. This ain't no regular. This is just this digital reality is some other shit. We living in two realities at once. You living in a world of bits. You living in a world of atoms. You living in the internet world. You're living in the physical world. You exist in different places at once, at the same time, on different in tesseracts, on squares, on people's phone. I'm in the Bronx, but I'm in the Netherlands. But I'm in the UK, but I'm in Jamaica. I'm in all these different places on somebody's phone right now. When I go to sleep, when I'm counting sheep, when I'm counting black sheep, I'm somewhere on somebody's computer or on a phone doing damage, putting in work, teaching. You know, they watching the videos. This is unprecedented. We didn't have this before. You know what I'm saying? This is unprecedented. This is different. This is a different time that we're in. So the power and the potential that this time represents, it's not being tapped into. Don't fall for the salt peanuts, my nigga. Do not fall for the salt peanuts. The only thing that we've seen in our community at this point to 2020 is the peanuts that this thing has to offer us. We have not tapped into the oil. We have not found gold. We have not broken through yet. This ain't it. We on the way. Don't get excited. This is just a warm-up. We did not break through the motherfucking ceiling because I promise you, beyond that is the infinite. There's abundance waiting for us. Okay? There is abundance out here, and there is all of the reparations that you niggas is looking for. Where's the explorers amongst us? Because niggas, they bump their lips about what they want and the shit that they looking for and what they wish that they had. How many of you niggas is ready to explore like these crackers explored and took America? How many of you are willing to go into the unknown like the crackers did and the pilgrims and the Puritans and the Spaniards and the French and all of these people who were explorers and to pillage and to steal and to sell men and women like Pablo Escobar was selling kilos? I'm about to go watch the new Narcos season because that's my team, Narcos in Mexico. But that concept is not too far away from the human traffickers named Thomas Jefferson, the human traffickers named what's my dude in Alabama? The piece of work. He's the worst, and nobody says his name. Well, Sam Houston. Let's just get to Sam. Andrew Jackson. These are the highest levels of demonic forces that the American land or Mexum saw. These were demonic forces on this land. These were malefic demonic forces. These are not people. These are entities. They had to be. These are vampires. I'm telling you, bro. I ain't even gonna say it. I'll let that go for the lecture part 2. I gotta keep some gems for the lecture. That's gonna be on March 5th. The link for the next Fear of a Black and More Messiah will be in the description, along with the instructions on how to get a copy of the lecture that we just did last week, the 4.5 hour part 1, Fear of a Black and More Messiah, Year of Fear 2020. Okay. What is it? Jefferson? The dude is his name Jefferson? Not Robert Lee. But it's Jefferson out of they celebrate his thing on in Charlottesville. The worst. I'm talking about the worst. I'm talking about mass rapists These are cannibals. I know that they were eating the slaves. I know that they were eating the slaves. It was too many. Jefferson Davis. Oh my goodness. Yo, banish that. Yo, that's fire bun. Whenever y'all want to put an altar together, King Leopold, Jefferson Davis, Robin Lee, that's why the power, that's the power source that is not being tapped into. Jefferson Davis, y'all. He was the Confederate, he was the president of the whole Confederacy. He was allowed to ride off into the sunset. He was the worst. They still celebrate they have like how they got Martin Luther King Day, they got his day in Tennessee. That's what I'm saying. Keep your eye on Tennessee. Keep your eye on Tennessee. A lot of shit came out of Tennessee that was detrimental, but a lot of things good too. The black people in Memphis, the black people all in Tennessee, y'all all legends, y'all mound builders. Y'all come from a very rich ancestry. You come from royalty. You understand? Y'all are magical. Jefferson Davis and Nathan Bedford Forrest. Do the research. Don't ever allow your children to come home saying their names. Don't ever allow it to come home on their homework. Don't allow nobody to go to no school named after that. Don't do none of that, because all of that is consecrated against you. All of that energy is consecrated. Whenever they put them buildings together, they got some Africans in the cornerstone. They got some skeletons and skulls, some babies that they put in the cornerstone when the Masons were building that building to consecrate it, to have an energy. They got gargoyles on the roof probably to consecrate that energy, to make that place another dungeon where they spirit cook you. Where they spirit cook you. Like how they got in their courthouses and whatnot. Spirit cooking niggas. You go into the courthouse, outside the courthouse, it's like a picture of a cowboy stepping on a nigga. So yeah, let's get back to the Malcolm thing. We talking about Malcolm. So Malcolm exploded the membership of the nation. Malcolm brought the killers, the dope dealers, the jack boys, the dice shooters, the jostlers, the pickpocketers, the dope fiends, the coke fiends. He brought them all into the fold of Islam, or what they would call Hislam in America, an Africanized version of Islamic practices that were being put forth by the Nation of Islam, the MSTA, and other groups that were in America at that time. But nobody was as big as the Nation. And Malcolm had the Nation on his back. So Malcolm understood the pedigree of the brothers that he was dealing with. And he knew that they put in work. He knew that they weren't no pushovers. He knew they weren't no suckers. And he knew that, he knew that there was a line that was crossed. And it was just sad just seeing the last year of his life, how disheveled he became and how fearful he was in his last days, in his last moments, in the last months of his life, because there were attempts on his life being made in many different angles and whatnot, right? The agents, the informants, the government informants, the revelation about how close the government informants were to him, the revelations about how many four high-ranking members of the NOI, 4 high-ranking members were all informants who were giving information to the boys. 4! At 4 inside of your inner circle, then the whole thing is done. I mean, it's all a federal, everything is, if 4 people are working with the boys, then the whole organization is damn near being run by, the whole shit is being sabotaged. There's a level of sabotaging that has to take place. When the brother was excused from the nation and he had to leave and he was not reinstated, and he had to leave behind everything that he built up, right? Keep in mind, Malcolm was a lot of the entities, right? A lot of the entities, a lot of the stores, the newspapers, the bean pies, and stuff like that. Our brother Malcolm was behind a lot of that stuff. So our brother Malcolm was bringing progress economically to the table. And the pain of being excommunicated from an organization that has your fingerprints all over it, that you are definitely, if not the one of the succeeding, one of the runner-ups to succeed your master teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I know that hurt. I know that yeah. And I want to talk about that too. We're gonna get into that because I picked up on some stuff in the documentary that I didn't enjoy, and it kind of made me uneasy. And that was the people that they were choosing to speak about Malcolm X in the documentary. And, they had LBGT historians. And the LBGT historian brought up the name of the author of the book that slandered Malcolm X and accused him of being a homosexual. I believe the author's name is Marable, and that author died right before the book came out. But the LBGT historian, right? I didn't never went to any of his lectures, and I never heard of him. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know who this brother is, but here he goes. It was two of them, and they're speaking about the nation, and they're speaking about Malcolm, and they're speaking about it as if they knew him in a way, but they're speaking about it in a way where they're being like catty in a way, like, yeah, when he left the nation. I'm like, wait a minute, that don't even look right. That don't even look right. Manning Marable is the author's name. Go and look it up. Put out a book. And this brother Manning Marable is in bed with Louis, right? Gates Jr. Y'all know Louis Gates Jr., right? Louis Gates Jr. is a boule operator, and he's the one behind the DNA test and whatnot. So here's the page. Here's the IMD page for Who Killed Malcolm X, right? So the series is heavy in Jewish, small hat. I guess they love the brother Malcolm, right? I guess they were looking out for Malcolm because they are in they are invested. They are the ones who are invested. Whenever you want to see who's behind anything, and especially in entertainment, especially quote unquote documentaries dealing with our people, black people, and you want to know if there's an angle, right? If there's an angle, okay, because there's always an angle. So if you want to know if there's an angle, what do? Oh, you just say, you know what? Best way to know if an angle exists is you find out who cut the check, because the check cutter is the ultimate angle. That's 90 degrees. He who cuts the check, my nigga, is the fucking angle. Nigga, you don't got an angle if you didn't cut the check. You gonna try. You gonna try to fit an angle into you gonna try to fit an obtuse square into an angle. But if you didn't cut the check, if you're not the executive producer, if you're not the producer, if you did not produce this, if you're not the producer, if you're not into the production of said idea, you were just a fucking help. Let's be clear, man. So nobody gets it confused. So you know where to look. It's not even a goddamn director. He's not in charge of this shit. He's not the one calling the shots. You know what I'm saying? Follow the fiat. Exactly. So the series is directed by Phil Bertelsen and Rachel Dretson. Who are these people? Siri. Let's see. Let's see what's up with Phil. Phil is a director and producer known for The African Americans, Many Rivers to Cross with Henry Louis Gates Jr., Through the Fire, The Legacy of Barack Obama, and Rock the Paint. Okay, there goes Phil. Hey, Phil. Pleased to meet you, guy. You do a lot of stuff with black folks, I see. Yeah, guy. Let's go see what's up with Rachel. Is she one of our friends? Is she on the cast of Friends? Does she have a picture? Oh, she works for Frontline. Oh, she had a thing for Frontline. The African Americans, Many Rivers to Cross, Black America since MLK, and Still I Rise. She's an abolitionist. Is this Rachel Dortz? Is this the one who was black? Is this her with no picture? Is she hiding from us? So it's produced by the two directors, also produced it, right? For all of the episodes. Wyatt Stone. Who's Wyatt? I want to see pictures, Wyatt. You gotta get your picture up there. Somebody named Olsen. Everybody works with Henry Louis Gates, right? All of that is Henry's people, right? Rachel, Daniel Berg, Elam Berg, another Berg. Okay. Okay. So this is a small hat runner. And then we got, of course, Henry Louis Gates, right? He works at Harvard. Okay. It's a smart man. Let's be clear. Henry is smart. You know, but Henry is in the house for real. Okay. So the people behind a documentary is pointing the Nation of Islam in an extremely negative light. Who was able to sell their product, right, to Netflix, the same platform that took away a project that they had with Farrakhan. Remember that? Remember that? Remember Netflix had a documentary that they were going to put out that was going to make the Nation of Islam look favorable last year. And it was like, nah, you know what? Nah, we're not fucking with you. You know what I'm saying? They folded under their own pressure. Don't fall for that. You know, they had outside pressure. Nah, nigga. They went and binged that shit and watched it and was like, yeah, I don't think we're gonna put this out. They was all in agreement. Like, yeah, don't fuck with this. We can't afford that. Okay. Trailer.
Mr. Fisher, are you lying to me now regarding what happened to your mother? No.
Yeah, Henry did got the cops call. Henry is a lame. Remember, Obama had to get involved, and the cop never apologized. Obama had to go and drink beer with him. Got sunned. That's the first time. That was the first indication.
Because we're Muslims. We're brutalized because we are black people in America.
The power of this man's courage to say this stuff that changed the entire trajectory of my life.
He was becoming a figure that transcended the Nation of Islam.
It was politics that really started the rift between Malcolm and the nation.
The right man is the greatest hate teacher ever lived there.
The FBI was definitely afraid of someone like Malcolm X.
What kind of democracy is that?
People had to start wondering if something happened to Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm becomes the leader, it's over for all of us.
And just then the gunfire went off.
Malcolm's death never sat right with me.
The investigation was failed.
Asking who's guilty is a dangerous question to ask.
What is the real story?
It's in the history book. Leave it there. Leave it alone.
Elijah Muhammad told everybody, do not raise a hand against Malcolm X.
He didn't have to get deported. Someone would take care of him.
The FBI should have known.
Why doesn't someone want to get to the bottom of this?
They never had any intentions of seriously investigating that assassination.
That is my mission. I'm not going to stop until I get justice. Because the official count of who killed Malcolm X, it's not true.
To be honest with you, they really didn't say who killed. I mean, they did say who killed them in the series. They did get to that, but you know, it wasn't a lot. But look, they said that they're gonna reopen the case. They may reopen the case, right? So the brother that's in Newark who killed them, he might have to pay for that. You know what I'm saying? Because they did reveal that his killer is still in the streets. I said it before.
The official count of who killed Malcolm X, it's not true.
An explosive new Netflix documentary casts doubt on the assassination of Malcolm X 55 years ago this month. Now, the Manhattan DA's office says it will begin a preliminary review of the matter, something that will determine what further investigative steps may be undertaken. Malcolm's family has always wanted to know more.
It's important to get answers about who gunned down my father.
In a brazen attack, Malcolm X was gunned down in front of his wife and children while giving a speech in Harlem.
We're brutalized because we are black people in America.
Malcolm became an even more controversial figure after his public falling out with the Nation of Islam.
I do believe there'll be attempts on my life.
3 members of the Nation of Islam were arrested and convicted of Malcolm's assassination in a case that raised questions from the start. One confessed and maintained the other 2 were innocent. Historian Abdur Rahman Muhammad says the alibis of 2 of those convicted were ignored.
And the thing is, 2 of them weren't even in the Autobahn ballroom that day.
One of them died in 2009, maintaining his innocence. Another, Muhammad Aziz, released after 20 years, is now 81 years old. His lawyer and the Innocence Project say they're grateful the DA is taking another look at one of the most high-profile murders in U.S. history. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, New York.
Yeah, man. Interesting. So y'all saying in the thing that he died, the one who they said killed him died? The main gunman with the shotgun. Oh, Bradley X, yeah. Yeah, he died? Okay. Well, before he died, he was in the streets. And the elders knew. Elder for Council, Youth for War. The elders knew. Niggas in Jersey knew. That's what they said. And when I was in Harlem years ago, I said the same thing. Because they was marching on Malcolm X Day, closing down the stores and everything. And I said, well, goddamn it. The way that my mind works, if somebody killed me, the way that my spirit is set up, I ain't jacking you niggas marching around. I'm spray painting my name on the wall. If the nigga who killed me and all of the co-conspirators is still out here in these streets. There's only one justice on this animal planet, all right? Let's stop playing games. So if you love him so much, if that's your man's like that, it needs to reflect in the actions. Homie that bodied him and admitted that he bodied him, he did a bid and he wasn't in PC. How about it? He wasn't in PC. All that love. And he died with $20 in his bank account. You know? Who passed? Oh, he passed from natural causes? Yeah. Yeah. Nobody killed nobody after the fact. The only person that got killed is Malcolm X. Everybody else who died, died. There was one brother who went to jail innocently. He died. And then there was a brother who they said killed them, and he was still living. He just died, though. He died of natural causes, what they saying. And he was in a Cory Booker ad campaign. Yeah, I heard about that. And they say he's a Newark legend. They say he's a Newark legend. You know? Oh, of course. Man. A hero. He's a G.I. Joe in certain circles. He's a G.I. Joe in certain circles. In a city where that thing go off like that, and they got love for the big homie, you got to remember, and don't get in your feelings, y'all, but we have to apply a conceptual lens to these situations when we really examine it without putting our emotions in it. What you had was a big homie and a little homie issue. When it boils down to it, you had a boss and a captain or an underboss bumping heads. You had management and talent going at it, man. I'm just putting into a context that you might be uncomfortable with looking at or feeling or seeing, but when you really think about it, I'm not being facetious at all. I'm just really saying that that is what you see taking place with Elijah. And I'm speaking about the overall falling out. I'm speaking about the overall conflict. It was the big homie. Like if Big Meech, like if Blue Da Vinci fell out with Big Meech and Blue got his niggas is running around called instead of BMF, they CMF. But then there's original Big Meech. There's the Big Meech clique. The majority is still rolling with the big homie. And then one of the big homies clips the little homie. They're gonna be like, damn, that was fucked up, but that's the big homie. I mean, if y'all not ready, that's what I'm saying. Don't go into an organization, don't go into a lodge, don't go into a fraternal order, don't even jockey for power. Don't do it. Stay in the fucking square lane, stay in your Prius, my niggas. Don't hop out, don't hop off your porch, don't come outside. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because it's just a certain rule book that these streets abide by. And not just these streets, these teams and organizations that certain people take oaths to die in. Gotta remember what's going on. If you become, if you take an oath to come into my clique, nigga, you're mine now. That you're not your mama's son no more. You just took an oath to be inside of the fucking family, fam. You just took an oath. You took a death oath to be with the coke boys. You took an oath to be in the cartel. You took an oath to be gang. You took an oath to be in the Illuminati. You took an oath to be a Masonic brother. You took an oath to be in a union. You took an oath to be in a posse. You took an oath to be in a crew. You took an oath to be in CMB, Cash Money Brothers. We all we got. We all we got. And there's repercussions that come in that. That's like I said, this is not YouTube for the YouTube censors. This ain't a kid show. It's some grown man shit right here. This is not for the weary-hearted. And when people join organizations, although the public loves them, you don't own them anymore. The organization does. They are property of the organization. They're not bigger than the organization. They are part and parcel of the organization, which is bigger than any man, woman, or child in the organization. And the organization is a body politic unto itself, and its bylaws and its rules. It has penalty systems. It has quote unquote, it has penalty system, reward systems, and loyalty systems. And it's death before dishonor. So if you're not willing to live that life, because once you take that oath, you have a fucking gag order on your mouth. You don't talk crazy about the family. And if you do, we're going to cut your tongue out. We could deal with these niggas outside of the circle. But if you violate from within the circle and you become a cancer, you're going to get cut out the circle. And if you niggas can't live with that, then you might as well stay on the plantation, because that is a tenet of power. And if you're not ready to deal with that, you're not ready for power. You just ready for 50 Cent and Tommy and these niggas and St. Patrick and the prequel and all of this stupid shit. And that's not power. Power is organization. Power is discipline. Power is powerful men following some fucking rules. Because I don't care how powerful you are. I don't care how powerful you are. That's what make you powerful. If you could be the most littiest nigga in the world, 10 times platinum, you got women fainting when they see you. But if you got a big homie, my nigga, you got a big homie. And nothing changes. You still got a boss. And that boss helped make you litty. That boss helped make you who you are. You owe something to that boss. You might owe your life depending on what organization you in. I don't know the oath inside of the NOI. I don't know the oath inside of the FOI. I don't know. I learned about things like you learn about them on Netflix. And when they make movies like Goodfellas and shit like that, when niggas start snitching, then I learn. When somebody go on Vlad, nigga, I'm learning. Oh, word, that's what they do. That's what they about. Oh, that's what happens if you leave. They'll cut your head off. Oh, shit, I didn't know that. That's not them. That was a gang that's some shit. I think it was Latin Kings or one of these gangs. They was like, if you want to leave, you could leave. But you're going to leave in a body bag, though. No, no cap. Literally, with no cap. Why? Because it's gang, nigga. So if you drop your flag, you can't live in this world around us. That's how they see it. And you can say what you want. You should blame the niggas who went and took the oath knowing that they wasn't going to live up to it. You can't blame the oath givers because it's your inalienable rights. If you form a body of men and women, if you form a social society, it is your right to set whatever laws and bylaws that you deem to be law. And you deal with whatever repercussions come with that. Because if you become a mafioso, You can't unbecome that shit. If they give you the motherfucking, if you get a button, if you become a made man, the only way you become unmade is in your grave. If you get down with one of these street gangs, you're taking an oath. You cannot drop your flag like that. Nipsey couldn't not die a Crip. He's an immortal and he's a legend because he didn't drop his flag. How about that? How about if he dropped his flag and homie killed him, niggas would have been like, and? What that got to do with us? He cool and everything, but nah. Nigga, that's not part of the bloodline. And people don't like to hear shit like that. And they'll be like, nah, we love them, but you wasn't his family. That's two different things. You not gonna slide in the Buick with the nigga. He's not calling you up because you fucking like all his pictures. You're not going with him to bust niggas' heads open if they violate you. They're not on the front line letting them things go. So the people who say that they love you from the bleachers, nigga, that's not your family. They're fickle. If they wasn't, they'd be on the floor with you. Fuck is you saying? That ain't your. So if you give up your neck, if you give up your fucking head for these niggas against the family, who they gonna kill for you? They're gonna shoot for you. And if you don't got nobody to shoot for you, if you don't got nobody to kill for you, and if you don't got nobody that's ready to die for you, you should not be on these fucking stages. Do it because this is a grown man stage. If you in a rap game right now, if you on the conscious stages right now, these is grown man stages. You could get your shit pushed back. And if you don't got nobody to ride with you, nigga, what are you doing? Are you fucking dumb? You just want to be a poster. But you're going to have to stand on your 10 toes. You're going to have to stay 10 toes down. However you came into this bitch, however we met you, should be the way that your ass leaves. Don't be switching up on us. Stay disciplined because we will respect you if you could follow some fucking rules and you not above the law. And you ain't nobody, you can't answer to nobody. We can't use you if that's the case. You're dispensable. So you got to answer to somebody in this motherfucker. I answer to Jesus. I answer to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He got the will. Well, you do that then. You do that then. But I don't think our people understand the concept of loyalty. And when you take these oaths and when you align yourself with certain people, this shit is not a game. And I will not penalize. I ain't gonna sit up here and be like, yo, people who are feeling a certain kind of, because man feel violent or man want to bust another man head or man want to hurt a nigga because they inside of a fucking body. They're inside, they're attached to an egregor. They're part of a gang that they're killing for right now. Niggas got blood on their hands. This not the Boy Scouts. This not the Boy Scouts. That kind of behavior is expected of them. What are you talking about? That kind of behavior, that shit is not surprising. If the fucking gang go out and slide on a nigga and wipe their nose, slat, how the fuck am I gonna be surprised? This is what they do. It's in their repertoire. It's in their repertoire. We gotta move better, man. We setting bad examples for these children coming behind us, bro. We gotta do better. You know. It was that JFK statement. It seems like that started a downward spiral, man. And yes, I love the fact that Malcolm was able to go around Africa as an ambassador and talk that shit and meet them leaders. That was a beautiful sight. You know, Malcolm should have stayed in Africa. You know, Malcolm should have stayed in Africa. You know, they were going to put him up on the continent. They was going to take care of him. Kwame Nkrumah and all of them should have stayed in Africa and got strong. You know? But know what you joining before you join an organization. Know what it entails. Know the history. You know the facts. Question everything. You know? I got people I got to answer to. I don't live in an unanswerable society. I got a mama. I got to answer to my moms. She called me up about that Gayle King shit. You know what I'm talking about? She just wanted to know, was I all right? You know? But I feel like the ghost of Malcolm or the spirit of Malcolm, you know, the fact that that we're in Saturn and whatnot, and, you know, justice and all of these things are being revealed at this time, you know, it's interesting. But like, if I ever make transition, this is my protocol, and I'm putting it on YouTube. Like, don't ever have nobody with a broken wrist reflecting on Red Pill in a documentary. No disrespect to the brothers out there with the broken wrist. You know what I'm saying? But I want people who I rocked with. We don't need niggas outside of the sphere of my circle to talk about my impact or what we were doing, you know, on YouTube and in the community during this time. That to me is not what's up. Watching the Malcolm X documentary and the dudes that were talking about Malcolm X was Wild Moist. That wasn't good. That didn't sit right with me. I was like, what the fuck is this? And the fact that they had a white detective on there that didn't even know how to say the nigga's name. He was saying ramen noodles. You know, ramen. He was saying the name of the black guy. It was like, yeah, this guy Ramen, he's a good detective. The nigga name is Rahman. How you don't know how to say that? What's wrong with you? What the hell? He said it like 3 times. It's like ramen. I'm like, Rahman. The fact, if a white person say ramen and your name is Rahman, they don't have no fucking respect for you. How about that? How about they shouldn't be in a goddamn documentary? There was too much creepy white folk in there. They was talking to the detectives. The detective said we were mad happy when he died. We were joyful when he died. They were celebrating at the precinct when he died. And when he got kicked out of the Nation of Islam, they were celebrating because they said J. Edgar Hoover was elated that the chess piece, one of the strongest chess pieces on the board of the Nation of Islam, was taken off the board. Now, with that chink in the armor, divide and conquer could take place. And what did they do? They did what? They botched the case. They botched the crime scene. They let a party take place that night at 7 o'clock. He died at 3 o'clock on Sunday, and at 7 o'clock, there was a dance in the Audubon Ballroom where Malcolm X, the prophet, the Black Messiah, was killed in cold blood. The goddamn Messiah in front of his fucking daughters. And they had a party that night. And I'm like, the people are supposed to love us. Yeah, the racists. But one thing about them white folk that they had in the documentary, as uncomfortable as it was, niggas needed to see that. You needed to see the agents keep it a buck. He was like, we was excited that he died. Yes. He said, I was watching him. We couldn't not break. We were that nigga, we were scared of him. They was like, look, man, we was scared of him, bro. I ain't gonna lie. The nigga had us on our toes. That's what they said. But they said when we saw the chink in the armor, when we got word that there was some kind of power struggle going on within, what do? What does the European always do in war? Warfare is what they're always in warfare mode, because pale skin around melanin is war. Why? Because you might take the Becky and dick her down. That's why. To keep it 1,000 with you without no Vaseline. That's why. Because you got something that they don't have, and then you could bleach, the same way that they could genetically bleach, you could basically brown them out of existence. They feel inferior around you. You set off a certain kind of reaction within. White fragility, it causes rashes, bumps, and hives. If your melanin, if your fucking frequency is too strong around certain Europeans, they start breaking out in hives. You know what I'm talking about? So the divide and conquer that they've always used against our people is a war tactic. They're always in warfare. They're always on war mode. And they're always utilizing military tactics against people who they deem to be programmable. And they said that we are easy to figure out. It was like, niggas are simple to figure out. We push their buttons all of the time. What are you talking about? They're reactionary people. They're like, this is not that hard. But the shit that Malcolm was doing to them on a global scale by telling the truth on them, the way that Malcolm X was articulating the indictment against the American industrialists, right? The American power structure that was fighting against Mother Russia in the Cold War, or the communists for that nature, over a quote unquote, they wanted the world to see them as, they wanted democracy to be seen as a favorable alternative to communism. And here comes Malcolm X, mad articulate in Harvard and Oxford. He's going around meeting with these African presidents and stuff like that, leaders of state. And he could actually sit down with a European of all backgrounds, of all nationalities, and successfully articulate itself void of emotion, without being quote unquote condescending, and without being fearful in his approach. And that was unprecedented at that time. That was a disruptor. It was a huge disruptor. It disrupted Black bodies, melanated minds, hidden spirits, hidden colors inside of niggas. Niggas had hidden colors. They had warrior spirits that were neatly tucked away in a Pandora's box by their mamas and whatnot, who were like, look, when you see them white folk, you say hi. And to their daughters, when that white folk tell you to go, you go. When that white folk tell you what to do, you say, yes, ma'am, yes, sir. You know, they were scared, some of them, and they programmed some of us. And once they got their hands on us, right? Preachers, they sent us to the preacher. Go to the preacher. Go sit on his, go to the preacher. Go to his house. Go stay with the preacher. Go pray with the preacher. You know, go to the pastor. You know, go, you bad. Go to the pastor. He'll straighten you out. So that the pastor got the babies. Then the planters got the babies. Then when we got integrated into their society, those same people just fell into different places of employment, into European society that we were melting into. We were being absorbed into their society. We did not have a roadmap on how to move to their society. We were alien to their society because they kept us from outside of their society for so long
that when they let us into their kingdom, when they let us into their dungeon, when they let us into corporate America, when they let us into their stores, when they let us into their restaurants, when they let us into their schools and all of these institutions and whatnot, it was still being done from a subservient, a master-slave position. You didn't go in there as the master. You know what I'm talking about? You wasn't going in there to teach them some shit, even though I'm sure that you had something to teach them. You wasn't going in there as in a power position. You were going in there as a student. You were going in there as somebody subservient. You were going in there as the help, as the, you know, that's how you were going amongst them. And they were able to manipulate. They were able to implant their ideals in the baby boomer generation, the civil rights generation. They were softening them up. They were giving them these liberal thoughts and concepts and these socio-economic devised ways of life, like the LBGT explosion, what they call counter-revolution. Counter-revolution. Counter-revolution started in the 60s. When you see the Europeans snap out of that Pleasantville type of way of life in the 50s, right? That Leave It to Beaver type of shit. And then they pop out when the Beatles come with the Beatle invasion. And then they start growing their hair long. And then they having free sex. They start thotting and whatnot. And then they start experimenting with free sex and open sex. And they're letting their hair grow. They're taking their clothes off. They're ripping away all of these old, quote unquote, tenets that their parents and their ancestors basically imbued. Basically the lie, the matrix, the mask. We're going to wear these suits, guys. We're cold-blooded killers, though. You know, we're cold-blooded killers. You know, we're still hanging people, but we're going to wear these top hats. You know what I mean? We're going to wear these three-piece suits. You know, we're going to look like we're up to good. And at the same time, these people are sadistic murderers. These are American psychos and whatnot. So we get absorbed into their reality. We get manipulated into their reality. We get sucked into their bedrooms. We get sucked into their churches. We get sucked into their mental institutions. We get sucked into all of the places where these people they're able to abuse us. They're nursing homes now. So now they're able to abuse us. Gotta fix the drip. They're able to abuse us with psychotropics, the drugs that they were experimenting on our people with, the syphilis test, AIDS, HIV, other diseases that were basically given to us through experimentation. Yeah, this is all what they're doing when we begin to incorporate and absorb into their societies. And then they build up the prisons. They build up the quote unquote prison complex industry. And then you would sit back and be like, well, it happened because of this, and it happened because of that, and it happened because of that. And I'm here to say, what if it happened and it was planned from the 1960s? What if it was planned from the 1950s? What if the Cultural Revolution is a social engineering construct? What if this is a plan that they were always behind? What if this whole drug experimentation thing, what if all of this stuff with them absorbing your culture, because the whole hippie culture is them absorbing Indian culture and all of these indigenous cultures and things like that, them running with yoga, that's them absorbing somebody else's culture, them running with the mushrooms and all of the weed and stuff like that. That's the hemp for you. That's the mushrooms, the psilocybin. That's all you. Right? So what if they've been planning this all along? What if they've been steering these cattle? What if they knew when to put the crack in the neighborhood? What if they knew when to begin to pass certain laws and whatnot to incarcerate these super predators and these young innocent black babies, these sisters, these brothers and sisters that were manipulated through the entertainment industry? What if they knew that they were going to put billions of dollars between artists and whatnot and concepts and images that they were controlling with their purses and their pocketbook by way of Viacom, MTV, VH1, and all of these corporate entities, Seagrams and whatnot, Universal, where all of them are in bed together. They work hand in hand like a well-oiled machine and things of that nature, because remember, everything is connected to the stock market. All of these movements, all of these products that people are selling, all of these things like alcohol, all of these things like cars and brands like Louis and Moet and Hennessy and all of that, they're all being traded on the stock market. DKNY, Versace, Gucci, all of these things. So all of these different multi-millionaires and stuff like that who work in Hollywood, they work in the music industry, they work in Madison Avenue through the ad agencies, the magazines and everything, they all are in tandem because they're all stock owners of those said stocks and all of these other things that these artists are promoting. And one of the things that they help to perpetuate and they get their kickback from is the trafficking of human bodies into the prison complex industry, which translates to slavery, because they get money from your human body like 8 different ways. The same way that they was eating off, they perfected the slavery shit and they get more money off of you now. And if they put you in the NBA and if they put you in the NFL, they're gonna make money off of you as if you was on a plantation picking a motherfucking crop that they could turn over, and they could be like, you know what, we're gonna pay you these amounts of coins and silver, and then all of the skins that you give them and the cotton that you picked and the wheat that you cut down, they're gonna make about mad coins and gold. They're gonna make a whole thing of gold. They gave you some silver, and you was good with that because you didn't eat in a very long time. Nigga, you was ashy. This is the Ashy the Classy Chronicles. You know what I'm saying? The haves and the have-nots. And niggas be thinking that these people don't know what fucking position that they in. Like they wake up. You think white people is that naive and dumb. They rock you to sleep with this passive shit. They rock-a-bye, they lullaby niggas with this, I don't know much. Somebody help me. Nigga, they know. They know. They know who the fuck they are. They know their position. They know their role. And they know where they stand. And they know what they have to do to stay in that stance. You think they're going to let you stand in their place? Would you let somebody stand in your place? I don't think so. So there's something else behind it. Let's get into this thing right here. These people are very interesting because the agendas are in full swing. And to be honest with you, the shit is swinging so much that they don't take a break. We be having to take a day off and whatnot. It seems to me like, bro, they don't take a break because they're on this shit daily. I thought I was active. They active, y'all. So here's this new narrative that they're pushing. Look at the artwork and what's being said. Now understand that the Atlantic is a magazine that is a standard in liberal America. This is a magazine that is the standard, one of the standards in literature amongst the European white Anglo-Saxon Protestants and things that, and the Jews and whatnot. This is a very respected publication right there with New Yorker and all of that. Right? So there's 2 covers, right? There's this article, and then there's another article. I had put it on my Instagram. Let me show you that one. Well, I'll show you it afterwards. And this is the narrative that's being pushed. And you have to understand the semantics behind a magazine like The Atlantic, the importance of the journalistic importance of a magazine like that. It's almost like when the New York Times puts out an op-ed or the Washington Post, but this is a higher level. So these articles are somewhat canon law in a sense, being that they're signaling the quote unquote, it's a very loud statement. The nuclear family was a mistake. Who are you to say that? Who gave you the Who gave you the motherfucking the mitigated gall to make that statement, first and foremost? But when they make these statements and they get into their propaganda, right? I'm going to play the video because we're not going to be up here all night reading this shit. You could go to the Atlantic and do the reading. Okay? You could do the reading. This is a briefing of it in this video when this shit finally pulls up. This is the author of the article. His name is David Brooks, and he'll be talking in the video about the article at hand. And as with this, as with everything that they're doing, there is an agenda always attached. This agenda, of course, is an LBGT agenda. Why? I mean, what else would it be? So they're basically saying that the nuclear family broke down and the new family is a different type. They have a new name for it. I'll get to it. He'll get to it and I'll go over it as soon as he gives it up. Shout out to all of my supporters on Cash App.
It's an image that has been etched in our minds. A family is a married couple with 2.5 kids.
Oh, great, Dad. Yeah, oh, great, Dad.
But today, only a minority of American families are traditional 2-parent nuclear families.
We're in a moment of cultural lag. We have an old, archaic idea of what family is. It existed in this one freakish moment of history between 1950 and 1965.
So how did the nuclear family fail? And what do modern families actually look like?
Propaganda, peep it.
This is David Brooks. He wrote this Atlantic cover story about the history of the family in America.
Through most of history, family was an economic unit. It was for making the farm work.
In 1800, 75% of American workers were farmers, and most of the other 25% worked in small family businesses. In the South, of course, slavery separated many Black families.
Duh.
But across most of society, people lived in big, extended families.
It's called plantations.
Nieces, nephews around. If a relationship failed, if somebody died, there were plenty of other people to pick up the slack.
During the Victorian era, the family reached its peak in the US and Britain.
I hope you are behaving very well.
The number of people who lived in extended families was higher in the Victorian era than ever before or ever since. The world that people had known was falling away. And they felt not only economically under threat, they felt morally under threat.
So the extended family functioned as a moral unit. In it, children were taught right from wrong, and traditional values were preserved. Then, as factories opened in big US cities in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, young people left home to chase the American dream. The families they started were nuclear families. By 1960, the nuclear family dominated. Nearly 78% of children were living in one.
You had what they called the cult of togetherness. So there was tremendous social pressure to live in one of these nuclear families.
But the conditions for its success were very particular to the post-war era.
Everything conspired to make the nuclear family stable and possible. Wages went way up, so you had men who could have a single earning household. Women were relegated to household. You had high union membership, high church attendance, high social trust.
These independent people spend the profit from their labor to maintain the highest standard of living in the nation.
By 1965, that was over. And the stable, cultish nuclear families of the 1950s have been replaced by the distressed families of every decade since.
Over the past half-century, the share of people living alone in America has doubled. People are marrying later and divorcing more. The general fertility rate is dropping. And the stress from this change has fallen disproportionately on less affluent households who must perform all the work that was once done by members of an extended family. This burden isn't evenly distributed. Women still spend significantly more time on housework and childcare, according to recent data.
Affluent people can afford to buy extended family. But the switch from an extended family to a detached nuclear family has been great for those who are privileged. It's given us way more freedom. It's been sometimes cataclysmic for those who aren't.
But around the globe, 38% of people still live in extended family units.
In Gambia, the average household size is 13.7 people.
13.
In Mexico, many live within kinship groups of up to 70 people.
70.
There are disadvantages to the extended families of the past.
Sometimes you're never alone. You don't get a lot of privacy. And in the old days, one of the disadvantages of extended family, the women were stuck in the kitchen cooking for 25 people. And so they have real downsides.
It was 5 women cooking, though.
The most interesting trend of the past few decades is the creation of chosen families. And this phenomenon really came to prominence in the 1980s in San Francisco in the gay and lesbian community.
Here we go.
People who have been cast adrift by the breakdown of the nuclear family. They've lost touch with one of both parents, and they're sort of floating, and they come together and say, you know, we'll be a family together.
A chosen family can help to share the challenges and the rewards of modern life and make it more equitable.
We need to extend love to others. And if we don't have a chance to do that, something goes really wrong. A family is a place where you offer care, you offer unconditional love. The bond between you is no longer transactional, it's no longer even voluntary. And we're seeing that spread not just in biological ways, but in non-biological ways too. It's one of the more hopeful things I see in society. Hi, it's David Brooks. Thank you for watching, and I hope you read my piece. And if you want to experience other fine conversations of this sort, go to YouTube and subscribe to the Atlantic channel and do it right away.
So as you see, you know, propaganda is clear to see. They got right to it. You know what I'm talking about? They're like, look, this old shit don't work. Basically, what they're saying, nuclear family is man and woman. Nuclear family is the nucleus. Proton, neutron, electron. Not this, so they're like, yo, you heard them say the biological version of a family is not the future. That don't work. We need to go with this new version, chosen. Look at the words. There's monuments of Jefferson Davis all through the South. Imagine what that energy is, though. Imagine why the city is cursed. Imagine why young black boys is dying in the streets. It's because them statues are standing. What are you talking about? The monuments is still up. That means the energy is still there. That means that people are still falling and being this energy, this demonic egregor. It's a cloud. It's a whole cloud. It's a spell. It makes dope fiends. It makes coke heads and crack heads and bass heads and smokers and jays and homeless people and crazy people. They on the grid with these bronze statues that are consecrated. They probably done sacrifice some babies to them things. Not probably. They have, because they out there shedding blood and doing sacrifices in the slaughterhouses all day. And I promise you, if you do a Google reference cross on slaughterhouses and where these statues be standing, coincidentally, they'll be in alignment. They'll be in the same places. You know? The slaughterhouses in the Carolinas and all of those places, the slaughterhouses where the chickens die. So you mean to tell me if I'm in a church of Satan and the people who are in the Orisha church, in the Cuban church, in the Haitian church, in all of these places where they do the magic and the arts and whatnot, you mean to tell me though, if they are killing one rooster, they getting busy at night on 1 or 2 roosters, right? Chasing down one chicken and giving it the business, right? They sending up one chicken talking about a leg bar. A leg bar like, look, my nigga, I needed a chicken meal. I'm out here looking for some Popeye buckets. You know what I'm talking about? You niggas is sending up a leg. You know what I mean? Like, you got ancestors, they got bellies out here. How about it? What is the white man doing? The white man is like, yo, start the machine up. We're going to say our prayer to Beelzebub. We're going to say our prayer to Odin. We're going to say our prayer to all of these people. Aleister Crowley, Alex Pike, who do they pray to? Right? Whoever they pray to, you niggas got to find out who they pray to. These people, that's the shit that they, that's the unwritten history that they all know. They don't have it in a book. That's the shit that they pass down from mouth to ear. That's why some of them grab their ankles so they could get in. They mad. A lot of niggas that grab their ankles in the 80s is mad that Google came because they was out there grabbing their ankle for Google answers for shit that Siri could just answer on your phone right now. So niggas was doing a whole bunch of shit to get in lodges to get information, and then came Google. So who lost that one? Who lost that war? You might have thought you won the battle, but you lost the war. So now that information is available everywhere. I know niggas 3-year-olds that got all of that shit on cap. You know what I'm saying? They got the whole they be having information on cap at 3 about the whole thing. They'll give you dates and everything. So they go into a slaughterhouse and they'll slaughter 10,000 chickens. It's only you that's so naive that don't think that these people who own these places where they do animal sacrifice and then they monetize the consecrated corpses and sell it to you as a meat. But they've done rituals and all kind of stuff sometimes over all of these birds. They sending up a whole Kentucky Fried Chicken to their ancestors, to their demons, to their demiurges and their demigods, to their entities. But they might even be feeding your entities because that's how they doing it. They going up into your systems, learning that shit, getting into that info, and then they going out there feeding them gods buckets of blood. You know? Just know who you're dealing with certain people, even though it's not on your doorstep or it's not in your face, and it's something that you don't feel like it'll affect you or whatnot. Just know, just have a knowledge of the people that, you know, not everybody, but somebody, you know, not everybody, but somebody. They out there doing some things. So, as you heard in that video, right, talking about chosen family, okay. But when I was saying earlier about social engineering and whatnot and how it works and what we don't get it, we don't really get it, because I don't really think, to be honest with you, enough of our scholars really touch on the they don't touch on the social engineering aspect of a lot of things that are going on. Shout out to Naeem Akbar, shout out to Amos Wilson. They were real good in being you know, teachers about stuff like that. They helped me see psychology behind a lot of the stuff going on. Even W.E.B. Du Bois with the whatchamacallit, with double consciousness and all of that. Souls of Black folk. All right, so this right here is the Moynihan Report. We speak on the Moynihan Report. Me and Blue Pill, we included this in a lecture that we did called the Three-Headed Monster. All right. And we were explaining the importance of the Moynihan Report in the realm of social engineering in America, and the turn that Black people, the social engineering, the turn that the social engineering train made in the direction of Black people as a result of this report right here. I'm going to read it to you. I'm not going to read the whole report because I'm giving you the name of the report, and you're going to read the whole report because it's going to sound better when you read it to yourself in your voice. But the Moynihan Report, I'm going to give you, we'll go through some tidbits of it. Okay, this is an annotated edition. A historian unpacks the Negro family, the case for national action on its 50th anniversary. So what I want to attempt to do, family that's out there, it's about 1,000 of us right now. What I want to attempt to do with the family right now is I want us to be able to conceptualize how social engineering actually works. They put out reports, they put out white papers, they put out certain kind of books. There's scholars amongst them, the Nietzsche's, the the Sigmund Freud's, they recommend certain books to read, or they come out with reports. These reports are instrumental because they steer policy, and this policy affects, this policy is predictable, this policy is a formula, this policy has an extension, usually 40 to 50 years. So here we are on the 50th of this policy, or this quote unquote article that this European put out that had a humongous impact on our people in America. When we begin to ask ourselves, why did these things deteriorate after they assassinated Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and why did our people descend into what we descended into, even considering how we were in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, and even up into the 70s? What happened? How did our households fall to pieces to where that article is saying that the nuclear family is dead, and the pillars of the nuclear family, the pillars of the nucleus, the strongest nucleus that they were seeing in the Americas was the quote unquote Black family, even when that family was enslaved. Because the lengths that the mothers and fathers would go to basically escape from plantations and take their lives because they did not have their children in their lives and whatnot. And when those families were working together as a nuclear family and a nuclear unit on the farms as commodity, as a fucking machine. You know what I'm talking about? Conway the machine. They was working out people like niggas is working washing machines and goddamn lawnmowers. But when they were a family unit, oh, they worked better. They were more effective. And then when we were able to get out of the chains of this quote unquote beast and that nightmare of being prisoners of war, and we began, and even when they saw how the Aboriginal indigenous families inside of the confederacies and whatnot, how they interacted with their babies and their children and their tribes and things that in their family, their concepts of family and group and whatnot. And then the Africans brought that over from the continent as well, that concept of group and the village and the community, and informing posses and gangs and confederacies and groups and organizations. You know what I mean? That's something that we do. So, all right, here we go. The Moynihan Report. I'm going to read this out because you might not be able to read those letters. So I'll narrate it as I go along. Okay. On New Year's Eve 1964, Assistant Secretary of Labor Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who was born in Tulsa, Oklahoma, y'all, in the 20s. Okay? He was born in Tulsa, Oklahoma. This should show you how we are not far removed from this chain of events. This shit is an ongoing series on somebody's Netflix, because what they did in the 60s and in the 50s have a direct effect to the reality that we find ourselves in right now, attempting to change. On New Year's Eve 1964, Assistant Secretary of Labor Daniel Patrick Moynihan assembled his staff in his office to announce that they were going to help him write a report on African American families. The Negro Family, the Case for National Action, completed in March 1965, became one of the most controversial documents of the 20th century. Best known as the Moynihan Report, it launched the career of its author, who became a professor at Harvard University, a top advisor to President Nixon, and a 4-term U.S. Senator representing New York. That's why, and then you wonder why New York is what it is. You had this nigga in the seats. Moynihan wrote the report on his own initiative, hoping to persuade White House officials that civil rights legislation alone would not produce racial equality. He succeeded in getting President Johnson's attention. On June 4th, 1965, President Lyndon Johnson gave a major address at Howard University based largely on the Moynihan Report and co-written by Moynihan and Richard Goodwin. Echoing civil rights leaders of the time, Johnson declared, "Freedom is not enough. Equal citizen for African American was incomplete without the ability to make a decent living." However, the Johnson administration quickly disowned the Moynihan Report when it sparked heated debate after becoming public in August 1965. Distracted by the Vietnam War, Johnson never followed up in his stirring rhetoric at Howard with significant new policies. The Moynihan Report became a lightning rod for civil rights activists frustrated with Johnson's inaction. Moreover, the report's ambiguities and contradictions, as well as Moynihan's decision to discuss racial inequality primarily in terms of family structure, produced confusion over its aims. Many liberals understood the report to advocate new policies to alleviate race-based economic inequalities. But conservatives found in the report a convenient rationalization for inequality. They argued that only racial self-help could produce the necessary changes in family structure. Some even used the report to reinforce racist stereotypes about loose family morality among African Americans. Meanwhile, left-wing critics attacked Moynihan for distracting attention from ongoing systemic racism by focusing on African Americans' family characteristics. Moynihan's leading critic, William Ryan, famously charged him with blaming the victim. Okay, so this is some of his, hold on. The Moynihan Report is a historical artifact best understood in the context of its time, yet it remains relevant today amidst current discussion of why racial inequality persists despite the passage of civil rights legislation. Even those who do not see the report's analysis as pertinent to the present can learn how it shaped contemporary discourse. 50 years later, the Moynihan Report is still a contested symbol among American thinkers and policymakers, cited by everyone from Barack Obama to Paul Ryan. Earlier this month, New York City's police commissioner and mayor publicly sparred over the report, with the former calling it prescient and the latter dismissing it as outdated. Liberals and conservatives alike praise the report's analysis, but it is still an enigma to many on the left. To aid readers interested in exploring the report and issues it raises, The Atlantic is publishing this annotated form of the Negro family. Please note that this version differs from the original and that many of the report's tables and charts are not reproduced. So this is not even the whole version of it. This is a version that they presented. But as you can see, you know, they go into depth about the Black family structure. They go into a scientific approach. They go into a socio-economic, psychological, deep dive, unpacking, genome breakdown of the nucleus of the nuclear family, okay? And it's masked in a report that's basically giving out, this is all metadata. This is big data, all right? But from a standpoint and from a vantage point of somebody who is very condescending in their analysis. They're not unbiased, okay? This is not done by one of us. The United States is approaching a new crisis in race relations, okay? Chapters, the Negro American Revolution, the Negro American family, the roots of the problem, the tangle of pathology. That's the most famous one right there. That was the controversial thing where he went in on the Black woman. The tangle of pathology and the case for national action. So this is the white paper that got the policymakers and the quote unquote lawmakers to weaponize their arguments. It justified their arguments and it gave them the quote unquote ammunition that's needed. You quote from reports like this. These are the reports that you quote from when you make your case, when you state your case, when you basically stand on something. You're standing on reports like the Moynihan report that's being, you use it as a basis and a foundation in which to launch your attack or your narrative, right? Or your propaganda. Okay, so this is how this thing works, or your law, or your bill, or your policy. It works like in that sense. In the decade that began with the school desegregation decision of the Supreme Court and ended with the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the demand of Negro Americans for full recognition of their civil rights was finally met. The effort, no matter how savage and brutal, of some state and local governments to thwart the exercise of those rights is doomed. The nation will not put up with it, least of all the Negroes. The present moment will pass. In the meantime, a new period is beginning. In this new period, the expectations of the American Negro will go beyond civil rights. Being Americans, they will now expect that in the near future, equal opportunities for them as a group will produce roughly equal results as compared with other groups. This is not going to happen, nor will it happen for generations to come unless a new and special effort is made. There are two reasons. First, the racist virus in the American bloodstream still afflicts us. Negroes will encounter serious personal prejudice for at least another generation. Second, 3 centuries of sometimes unimaginable mistreatment have taken their toll on the Negro people. The harsh fact is that as a group at the present time, in terms of ability to win out in the competitions of American life, they are not equal to most of those groups with which they will be competing. Individually, Negro Americans reach the highest peaks of achievement, but collectively, in the spectrum of American ethnic and religious and regional groups, where some get plenty and some get none, where some send 80% of their children to college and others pull them out of school at the 8th grade, Negroes are among the weakest. The most difficult fact for white Americans to understand is that in these terms, the circumstances of the Negro American community in recent years has probably been getting worse, not better. Indices of dollars of income, standards of living, and years of education deceive. The gap between the Negro and most other groups in American society is widening. The fundamental problem in which this is most clearly the case is that of family structure. The evidence, not final, but powerfully persuasive, is that the Negro family in the urban ghetto is crumbling. A middle-class group has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled, poorly educated city working class, the fabric of conventional social relationship has all but disintegrated. There are indications that the situation may have been arrested in the past few years, but the general post-war trend is unmistakable. So long as this situation persists, the cycle of poverty and disadvantage will continue to repeat itself. Skirt, skirt. Let me just add on real quick and interject. This is how government works. This is how social engineering works. This is how this shit works. So now, every single politician, let me let you niggas see my face when I talk to you. Every single politician, the LGBT people, the immigrant people, they read the Moynihan report. Everybody on the liberal left has read it, and everybody on the right is required to read it. When you're drafting legislation to punish us and to break us, you have a report that's going to help you in your weaponization of whatever these quote unquote laws or whatever these quote unquote traps that you create in policy or in social media engineering and things of that nature, because they're giving you the blueprint on the even what he's writing has been taken. What he wrote was taken by Republicans and Democrats and weaponized. That's when crack comes in. That's when all of these fucking bombs, these quiet is silent weapons for quiet wars. So the report is giving them the resources that they need. Remember, this is all big. This is big data before what you have now in the form of big data. But big data spits out reports like this now, and they tell them, look, this is the woke marketplace. This is the conscious community. This is how you infiltrate. This is how you break them down. This is how you know what I mean? That's what they were doing in the 60s with Malcolm and them, and you see in the documentary, he's going into the Library of Congress. He's going into rooms where the shit was non-ending with files on people and information. That's what they do. And create psychological reports. And they put out these reports. And what the Moynihan report represents is a source material. The source material, it would almost be the quote unquote playbook that the coach would utilize if that team wanted to win the war, because they're looking at this, they're looking at all of these stats, they're looking at all of these plays and whatnot, and they're figuring it out like, all right, so we just gotta infiltrate. We could intercept right here. If Moynihan is saying this is where they weak at, and this is where they're crumbling at, and this is where we hit at, then through the policies of the budgets, through the policies of the food, through the policies of the social programs, by taking them away, by putting them in, by taking them away, by non-funding them and underfunding them, by robbing them, by doing all of this, by sending corrupt people here, by sending corrupt people there, by putting the child service there, by taking the people to family court, by taking the child support. All of these tactics and all of these tools are now being put into the system by legislators who sit in schools and think tanks and they study stuff like that. And you like, damn, why these police are so cold-hearted against us? Nigga, they're on Terminator assignment. They've been charged. Their pastors done charged them. They pastors is gangsters. You understand? I don't know if people understand this. The highest level of gangster is in the church. Yeah, we in school tonight. You damn right. The highest level of the gangster underworld is in the church. It stops there. That's the big homie. They try to show you it in The Godfather, but you need to look around and pay attention. That's the highest ranking. They get niggas knocked off too. That's the big homie. In all of them Latin American countries where them things is flying, guess who know which way them doves is flying? When the doves cry. Thank you for the Cash App. When the doves cry. Guess who's flying them doves like Prince? Nigga, Pope John Paul and them. Yeah, you better. Yeah, Powder, nigga. Pope John Powder, nigga. They got them doves flying. But let's continue reading this report. I don't want to get all excited and shit. The thesis of this paper is that these events in combination confront the nation with a new kind of problem. Measures that have worked in the past or would work for most groups in the present will not work here. A national effort is required that will give a unity of purpose to the many activities of the federal government in this area, directed to a new kind of national goal, the establishment of a stable Negro family structure. This will be a new departure for federal policy and a difficult one, but it is almost certainly offers the only possibility of resolving in our time what is, after all, the nation's oldest and most intransigent and now its most dangerous social problem. Let me bring that back. But it almost certainly offers the only possibility of resolving, listen to the language. He's writing in code. He's writing in open code. It ain't even Morse code. He's writing in open code and open contempt, and trying to mask it as if he's doing somebody a favor. But as you can see, he's speaking about the black family as an adversary, an adversarial sense, as the quote unquote op. This is op language, my nigga. This is a fucking kite. The nation's oldest and most intransigent, and now its most dangerous social problem. What Gunnar Myrdal said in An American Dilemma remains true today. America is free to choose whatever the nigger shall remain her liability or become her opportunity. Chapter 1, The Negro American Revolution. The Negro American Revolution is rightly regarded as the most important domestic event of the post-war period in the United States. Nothing like it has occurred since the upheaval of the 1930s, which led to the organization of the great industrial trade unions, and which in turn profoundly altered both the economy and the political scene. There have been few other events in our history. The American Revolution itself, the surge of Jacksonian democracy in the 1830s, the abolitionist movement, and the populist movement in the late 19th century, comparable to the current Negro movement. Okay? There has been none more important. The Negro American Revolution holds forth the prospect that the American Republic, which at birth was flawed by the institutions of Negro slavery, and which throughout its history has been marred by the unequal treatment of Negro citizens, will at least redeem the full promise of the Declaration of Independence. Although the Negro only as American citizens asserting their rights within the framework of the American political system, it is no less clear that the movement has profound international implications. It was in no way a matter of chance that the nonviolent tactics and philosophy of the movement, as it began in the South, were consciously adapted from the techniques by which the Congress Party undertook to free the Indian nation from British colonial rule. It was not a matter of chance that the Negro movement caught fire in America at just that moment when the nations of Africa were gaining their freedom. Nor is it merely incidental that the world should have fastened its attention on events in the United States at a time when the possibility that the nations of the world will divide along color lines seems suddenly not only possible, but even imminent. God damn it. And I just want to speak about something real quick. The law of correspondence. Look it up. What they're doing in Africa, what we're doing here, what they're doing on islands, and what we're doing here. They're drilling in Ireland. They're drilling in Australia, my nigga. They drilling in the UK. They drilling in Brooklyn with the Woos. So the law of correspondence, like they drilling in the UK, but they also lit. They also on they hotepping out there in the UK as well. They building in the UK as well. They woke in the UK as well. They, you know, they melanin is popping in the UK. What you talking? I was in a room with 2,000 plus, and they knew who the God was. That shit felt like I felt like I was in Wakanda. In Birmingham, I don't say we call it Birmingham veg. We don't say Birmingham. We call it Birmingham veg. I was in Birmingham veg, my genius, in it with the blokes them or with the roadman them. You know what I'm talking about? Not the top boys, the top guards. We took the museum and all of that. We took the parliament over. It was the right. We lit that grid up. The home of all of this stuff, the home of these Europeans. This is their home. I don't know if y'all ever been to somebody's home, because we be rubbing shoulders with these Europeans in America. Nigga, you ain't been in their home yet. Go to where they come from, and you'll understand who you dealing with. They owe black people and these motherfucking Indians over here a lot of thanks. Because these niggas help evolve their weird ass fucking chromosomes and all of the shit that they had that made them look like Igor and Shrek, like they look in the fucking London right now. They was looking crazy. And they don't look like that. They look different over here because of the admixture. And amongst other things. So let me continue reading. It was in no way a matter of chance that the nonviolent tactics, oh yeah, I read that. Such racist views have made progress within the Negro American community itself, which can hardly be expected to be immune to a virus that is endemic in the white community. The Black Muslim doctrines, based on total alienation from the white world, exert a powerful influence. On the far left, the attraction of Chinese communism can no longer be ignored. Remember the Black Panthers carrying around Mao's book? It is clear that what happens in America is being taken as a sign of what can or must happen in the world at large. The course of world events will be profoundly affected by the success or failure of the Negro American Revolution in seeking the peaceful assimilation of the races in the United States. The award of the Nobel Peace Prize to Dr. Martin Luther King was as much an expression of the hope for the future as it was recognition for past achievement. It is no less clear that carrying this revolution forward to a successful conclusion is a first priority confronting the Great Society. Now I want everybody to go and put on your notes, or if you're on Google or Siri, some people got Alexa, you got toys that you talk to and they answer questions. Go and look up Great Society for me, please. Anybody who's interested in MAGA, Make America Great Again, and you want to do more research on it, anybody who just came to America, coming to America, anybody who just got here is first generation, meaning that you was born here, but your people came from somewhere else. Go and check out Great Society. Especially when people want to know the story about what is the policies that shaped the Black community and took it from one place to another place. What are the policies? What was the breakdown? What was the quote unquote social engineering that was taking place from a domestic and a foreign policy standpoint, and affecting it through law, affecting it through policy, affecting it through programs? The Great Society is what Lyndon Johnson ushered in after the death of JFK. Lyndon Johnson brings in the Great Society. The Great Society brings in Social Security. The Great Society brings in welfare. The Great Society brings in a whole bunch of shit. It wasn't that great, though. It wasn't that great. A Dixie Democrat, LBJ, a good old boy. He was lining us up. The major events of the onset of the Negro Revolution are now behind us. The title of that says The End of the Beginning. The major events on the onset of the Negro Revolution are now behind us. The political events were three. First, the Negro themselves organized as a mass movement. Their organizations have been in some ways better disciplined and better led than any in our history. They have established an unprecedented alliance with religious groups throughout the nation and have maintained close ties with both political parties and with most segments of the trade union movement. Secondly, the Kennedy-Johnson administration committed the federal government to the cause of Negro equality. This had never happened before. Third, in 1964 presidential election was practically a referendum on this commitment. if these were terms made by the opposition, they were in effect accepted by the president. The overwhelming victory of President Johnson must be taken as emphatic popular endorsement of the unmistakable and openly avowed course which the federal government has pursued under his leadership. The administrative events were threefold as well. First, beginning with the establishment of the President's Committee on Equal Employment Opportunity and on to the enactment of the Manpower Development and Training Act of 1962, the federal government has launched a major national effort to redress the profound imbalance between the economic position of the Negro citizens and the rest of the nation that derives primarily from their unequal position in the labor market. Second, the Equal Opportunity Act of 1964. You got to go and get that. Go and research that, please. Both of those acts, the first one that I mentioned, the Manpower Development and Training Act, but definitely the Equal Opportunity Act of 1964, because this is where you'll begin to see the things in our community that that everybody is familiar with. All of the quote unquote dysfunction. A lot of this is ushered in after the Negro Revolution. The Negro Revolution shakes America at its core. It scares them. It puts the black world is waking up around the world. There's a fear that another Haiti might come about. There's a fear that the Cuban Revolution is going to spin out and affect people in the States. So they like, you know what? We're going to have to capitulate and start giving these Negroes these fancy ass acts and whatnot, and lining them up with jobs and getting them up in these buildings. But there's these, they got codes. They got codes, right? They got codes, whatchamacallit, that they're following. You know, when people say stay on code, right? You hear what Tariq Nasheed say, stay on code. Well, the codes that they're following are white papers. The codes that they're following are certain authors that are handpicked and given to them because these authors speak of the plan. These authors are laying out the quote unquote, like I said, Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged, right? Atlas Shrugged. That whole Edward Bernays, Sigmund Freud, Nietzsche. You know, these are their thinkers. These are the people who are, you know, they're the ones who allow them to sleep at night with the debauchery and all of the craziness that they're doing and whatnot. They were people who were intellectualizing slavery and human trafficking and whatnot, and basically the demonic treatment of human beings. The quote, the total, the disenrollment, you know, the stripping down of the souls of human beings, yo. Human beings. Of some powerful people like that. Some dignified people. And they broke a whole bunch of people's spirits. And they destroyed a whole bunch of bloodlines and legacies and all kind of shit. And I'm like, yo, you know, that's something that should be definitely taken into account. Don't worry about the spam. You know what I mean? I'm gonna clean it up, but I'm gonna keep on going because this information is going to, it's gonna help. It's gonna help. You know, people are like, oh, these niggas are so lazy. Oh, these niggas is out here. They was in America for so long. Why they couldn't put themselves together? Oh, these niggas is so lazy. Oh, these niggas is always complaining and you know, and you know, there's some validity to that statement, of course. You know what I'm talking about? You know, there's validity to all statements, but what we should be able to do is dig a little bit deeper and get into the code. You know, I want to take you and show you the code. What's the code to the program that's running? What's the what is the code? What's the HTML? You know, I'm talking about what's the JavaScript? You know, take you behind the scenes and show you what's the foundation that all of this shit is standing on. So you would have a better chance at toppling it if you were to see the foundation. If you could dismantle the foundation, if you could break down the foundation, if you could rebut the foundation, if you could propagandize and, you know, take the foundation that they've created and build your foundation off of the foundation that they're standing on, you may have a chance. You might have a chance. But if you just out here swinging like Trey and Boys in the Hood, just hoping that you could connect, you know, you just might. But if you don't, my nigga, you know the results. World star. So let's continue. Third, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 marked the end of the era of legal and formal discrimination against Negroes and created important new machinery for combating covert discrimination and unequal treatment. Did that machinery work? The act does not guarantee an end to harassment in matters such as voter registration, but does make it more or less incumbent upon government to take further steps to thwart such efforts when they do occur. The legal events were no less specific, beginning with Brown versus Board of Education in 1954 through the decade that culminated in the recent decisions upholding Title II of the Civil Rights Act. The federal judiciary, led by the Supreme Court, has used every opportunity to combat unequal treatment of Negro citizens. It may be as a general proposition that the laws of the United States now look upon any such treatment as obnoxious, and that the courts will strike it down wherever it appears. All right, so I'm not reading this whole thing, but we're gonna just breeze through it. Prospect for equality. The time, therefore, is at hand for an unflinching look at the present potential of Negro Americans to move from where they are now to where they want and ought to be. There is no very satisfactory way at present to measure social health or social pathology within an ethnic or religious or geographical community. Data are few and uncertain, and conclusions drawn from them, including the conclusions that follow, are subject to the grossest error. Nonetheless, the opportunities no less than the dangers of the present moment demand that an assessment be made. You know what I'm saying? He's saying it's not going to be accurate. We don't, at this point, then they were not able to gather the data needed. They have it now, though. They could do it now. They doing it in quantums, and now they got it now. Back then they didn't. But it was like, but still, with all that being said, I'ma still shoot, my niggas. You know what I'm talking about? I just might hit the shot. And here they go, and you know, and don't, you know, they'll have shit in there where he's like, we're trying to help the Negroes. You know, don't get on your Negro lapdog shit. And every time you hear that, you niggas is like, he was trying to feed us. No, he wasn't. This is from 50 years ago, niggas. You know what I'm saying? It was a trap. After an extensive study of the life of Central Harlem, the Board of Directors of Harlem Youth Opportunities Unlimited, Inc. summed up their findings in one statement: massive deterioration of the fabric of society and its institutions. It is the conclusion of this survey of the available national data that what is of true Central Harlem can be said to be true of the Negro American world in general. So he said because of because an intense of the life of Central Harlem, not East Harlem, the Central Harlem, the board of directors of Harlem Youth Opportunities Unlimited, Inc. So a non-for-profit, Inc. in the hood for Youth Opportunities Unlimited. I never heard of them, but I'm sure that somebody has. And they're giving what the fuck do they know? If they were doing their job, it wouldn't be a massive deterioration amongst their students. But yeah, you know, I'm not negating that they were not correct with their assumptions. I'm not going to say that it was not a massive deterioration of the fabric of society and its institutions. You know, that is correct. It is the conclusion of this survey, but the fact that they took the information from this one survey, though, you don't have to do a survey and just walk through Harlem back in those days, I guess, after certain drugs was hitting it, like heroin. That, yo, this is some bleak looking shit right here. It don't look like, you know, a utopian society. It doesn't look like bright tomorrows. But the fact that they took that study and applied it to the rest of the black world, that's kind of crazy. He said, what is true of Central Harlem could be true of the Negro American world in general. If this is so, it is the single most important social fact of the United States today. As much as possible, the statistics used in this paper refer to Negroes. However, certain data series are available only in terms of the white and non-white population. Where this is the case, the non-white data has been used as if they referred only to Negroes. This necessarily introduces some inaccuracies, but it does not appear to produce any significant distortions. Come on, man. In 1960, Negroes were 92.1% of all non-whites. The remaining 7.9% is made up largely of Indians, Japanese, and Chinese. The combined male unemployment rates of these groups is lower than that of the Negroes. In matters relating to family stability, the smaller groups are probably more stable. Thus, 21% of Negro women who ever have married are separated, divorced, or their husband are absent for other reasons. The comparable figure for Indians is 14%, Japanese 7%, Chinese 6%. Therefore, the statistics on non-whites generally understate the degree of disorganization of the Negro family and underemployment of Negro men. All right, well, I'm not going through all of this, but you'll get the point. You'll get the point. He's intellectually shooting. Okay? He's intellectually shooting. You know, this is the lecture that's coming up where we'll be talking about all of this stuff. Hold on. You glad I don't got a commercial on you niggas? Because I was finna, I'm ready to rinse the commercial. Okay? But this is the lecture, Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah, Part 2. Okay? Part 2. That's going to be on Thursday. I believe that's March 5th. I'm putting it, that's the first class that we'll be doing. I am going to change Third Eye Thursdays into an online class. I will be taking Third Eye Thursdays that I've been doing. I think I'll be up to show 100 very soon. I'm going to be doing Third Eye Thursday starting in March as my weekly class. And my weekly class is going to be to the world. How about that? How about I don't have to do it to just New York? How about niggas in the Netherlands want some of the cloth? So I'm going to be doing a weekly class to the world, around the world, right here through your phone. Okay? And that will be on Thursdays. And those will be lectures. I'm doing what I'm doing right now, but we'll be doing weekly classes. These classes is going to have a syllabus. So you're going to know what's coming up for the month. And you're going to know what we have broadcasted for the year. You'll have the ability to have a membership of a weekly membership. If you want to just view one of the lectures, you'll have the opportunity to have a monthly membership, and you'll have the opportunity to have a yearly membership. And we will be in the building, and we will be getting information that you'll never get on YouTube, because you can't give this certain information out on YouTube anymore because of the fact that we are being successfully censored. I'm successfully censored. They're not trying to censor me. I'm being successfully censored. Understand that. And I don't want to get into the specifics of the successfully censoring because, you know, I don't need niggas to cry for me. Don't cry for me, Argentina. But understand that these people are they on their shit. They on their shit for real. This whole, because you got to remember, the censoring thing is like book burning. And all of these companies are working. If Facebook come after you, Google, if Google come after you, Facebook is coming after you. PayPal is coming after you. You understand? Then your Gmail starts acting up. Then your iPhone slows down. Like, these people work together. They call FANG in the stock market. But please understand that there's a connection on the highest of highest levels. What we're teaching is considered to be it's a threat to Patrick Moynihan's report. It's a threat to what these people stand for. It's a threat to the agenda that they're not even hiding it. They just showing it that they don't really care at this point. They're not hiding it. They're not hiding it. Look at these agendas. I know it's late and we've been here for a minute, but we cooking tonight. Y'all make sure y'all leave a tip on the table for all of this food. But look at the agenda. So y'all don't think that I'm tripping. Check this out. Well, first of all, before we even get into that, this is my commercial real quick. News alert. Like, I'm going to be finally, I told y'all that I will be in the Carolinas. All right. And here it goes. I will be in the Carolinas. All right. Sanford, North Carolinas, 507 North Steel Street, Sanford, North Carolina. Go to Eventbrite to purchase the tickets. All right. It's going to Know the Ledge Juneteenth lecture starring Red Pill, June 19th, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. All right. I'm going to be in the Kakalakis. I got information about the Carolinas that you already know. Like, I'm not trying to sell myself to nobody, but I got some cloth. If you from the Carolinas or from them surrounding states, please come and get this information. That's all I'm going to say. Look at this.
Fashion is changing a little, really blurring the lines between like women and men clothing. Like, a lot of times in these shows, you see something you can't tell if it's men's.
I love unisex, bro.
It's crazy.
I really respect that movement.
Yeah,
I see women's stuff and I'm like, wow, that's hard.
It's fire all the time. I like going to women's shows more than men's.
Nah, for real.
For sure, the women's clothes is crazy.
So that helps you see what's inevitably about to happen in the men's.
What can happen, right? So like now, I can see something from a women's line. And I go to that designer and be like, yo, I need you to make me something like that. And boom, boom, boom. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can see it all, like, really evolve, like, literally at the shows. And that's what I love about it, because you can see, like, what they bringing next. How fashion is changing a little bit, like, and a lot of people are, like, really blurring the lines between, like, women and men clothing. Like, a lot of times in these shows, you see something you can't tell if it's men's.
I love unisex, bro.
It's crazy,
I really
right?
respect them.
Was y'all able to see that video? I was able to see that, right? All right, so check this out. This is my guy, too, on the show Atlanta. I started watching that a few years ago with your boy. What's his name? Glover, Donald Glover. I like Donald. And Paperboy, you know, He seemed like he was a stand-up dude. You know what I'm talking about? I like his character, you know. He's an interesting character. He just cool. He remind me of niggas in the hood. Now, here you go. The Marvel Universe picked them up for Phase 4. The new phase of Phase 4 Marvel is going to introduce LBGT superheroes like you've never seen before. This new phase that they're going into, they're going to unleash about 4 different LBGTQ superheroes. And we ain't even talking about the gay superhero that Lee what's his name? What's that dude? Lee Daniels is gonna come out with. This some whole nother shit through Marvel. The female Thor, she's gonna be a lesbian, and there's a whole bunch of other things. But my dude, Paperboy, right? Yeah, how you doing? Paperboy, he out here. He gonna be out here working the thing. He got, you know, he kissed somebody on screen. There's an on-screen kiss in a Marvel movie, and Paperboy is out here, you know, locking lips with niggas. And somebody told me that he was moist in real life. I don't know. Yeah, Paperboy. I know it's Marvel and everything, but goddamn it, bro. What we doing? What are we doing? That's what we doing? I didn't know that's what we were doing. You know? Can I even watch the fucking new season in peace? And then here we have this shit. See, I don't want to. I'm just trying to show you that there's an agenda, family. There's some shit going on in Harvey Weinstein's backyard. You know? There's some things going on in Harvey's backyard, bro. Like, highly weird. It's still weird as hell. And nobody's gonna tell me any different. They don't just snatch your soul out there. They body snatching niggas. All right, I'm gonna get right back to this. This is the Morris Summit. I'm gonna need y'all to be in the building for that too. Yeah, check. This is Snoop's son. So they leaked pictures of Snoop's son, right? Somebody said that he was doing a photo shoot for a child that didn't make it, right? A child that died prior to, you know, I don't know. And they were saying that he was paying homage to her with the outfit, you know what I mean? By dressing up like a young girl or like a female. You know, that man looks hurt right there. Talk black to me. You know what I mean? They were saying that by wearing this stuff, he was paying homage, you know. But I'm like, I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about that. I mean, I be buying in other things, but I don't know about that. I don't. He would have to say it. I would have to hear him say that. I'm not going to take a third party's excuse for that behavior because I don't know about that. I don't know if people do that. That's not snoopish of him. Is this the son that Snoop never hugged and he told him that he loved him? I want to know. Is this the son that Snoop never hugged and told him that he loved him? Because I heard that there was a problem with Snoop expressing his love to his children that had came up before. You know? And if that's the case, I might be able to understand some things. You know? Morris Summits, Metaphysics and Me, March 20th. Mark that on your calendar. And I'll be speaking on March 21st. We have our brother Taj Tariq Bey speaking on the 20th. And I'll be speaking on the 21st in the morning at 10 a.m. I'm going to be dealing with metaphysics. There's going to be a lineup of some powerful teachers, information that you've never heard before. You know, just laid out, you know. So bring your notebook, bring your thinking cap. We're going to be in Wilmington, Delaware, 1801 Lancaster Avenue, Wilmington, Delaware. Go to Moorish Metaphysics and me.eventbrite. So you could go to Eventbrite and put Moorish, metaphysics, and me. If you're in the Philly area, DC area, DMV area, New York area, Delaware is right there. Remember, come and witness history. Don't watch history only. Yeah, we got streaming services on the way, and you'll be able to do all of that. But you should be there. You should be there live. You know what I mean? I want you to witness the greatness of Taj Tariq. I want you to see him physically. I want you to have him sign something. This is a master teacher that they will write about in the future. I want you to pull up and get something from me to sign, or buy something, an article of clothing from me and my table, or some herbs or whatever is being offered, because it's only right. You know what I mean? I'm here to build with the people. I'm not just here to talk on the internet, even though that is, that's a medium. You know what I'm saying? It's a very effective medium. Look at this. Sad tale of a black reverend who was killed by 6 white thugs stealing his 270-acre land. This frequently happened. This happened all over the South during the Jim Crow area. A lot of this land was passed down. A lot of this land was fought for. A lot of this land was purchased. A lot of this land was indigenous. A lot of this land was protected for centuries and years. And then, during this terrorism campaign, they was out here snatching land and bodying. And that's where a lot of lynchings were coming from, kidnappings, and, all kind of terroristic activity from those Jacksonian Democrats coming out of that era. Those Jacksonians, the ones behind the Civil War and knocking the damn president off. Okay. During the Jim Crow era, he had the infamy of recording many lynching cases. And on March 26, 1944, 6 whites set upon Reverend Isaac Simmons, shooting him 3 times, snuffing the life out of him. While racism and poverty was the bane of black families in the South, where slavery had thrived at their expense, Reverend Simmons' family since 1887 controlled more than 270 acres of debt-free Amite country land. He, as a farmer and minister, worked the land with his children and grandchildren, producing crops and selling the property's lumber. In 1941, rumors spread that there was oil in Southwest Mississippi. A group of 6 white men decided they wanted the Simmons land and warned Reverend Simmons, right? Reverend Run is Reverend Simmons, to stop cutting lumber. Reverend Simmons consulted a lawyer to work out the dispute and ensure his children would be the sole heirs to the property. For consulting a lawyer as a law-abiding citizens, the thugs vented that the Simmons family thought that they were smart niggas. They picked Reverend Simmons' eldest son, Eldridge, and gave him a beating. They then dragged Reverend Simmons from his home about a mile away and began beating him too. They then killed him brutally, shooting him 3 times and cutting out his tongue. The men let Eldridge Simmons go, but told him he and his relatives had 10 days to abandon the family property. After Eldridge and the rest of the Simmons families buried Reverend Simmons, they fled their land in fear. The white men who committed the lynching took possession of the land. Only one of the 6 men was ever prosecuted for the murder and was ultimately acquitted by an all-white jury. Talk black to me. Shout out to Cyrock. This is a throwback right here. That's the Goddess Gang right there. That's me and her in 2011 in Atlanta. That's Cyrock. She's on tour with Rhapsody. Go and look it up. For everybody that y'all be wanting people, these are throwbacks. This is Blue Pillar, the god of sea moss. Give him his give him his crown. That's the god of sea moss and a whole bunch of other things. Check this out. There is a God, my niggas. I told you, Allah is the best of planners. So, Jay Electronica's debut album to feature a large amount of Jay-Z. Rumor has it, I think the article is here, 7 songs. On Smash has caught winds of details to the album, stating that Hove will be on multiple tracks for the album. Over 7 is a safe measure. The report states the album is not being dubbed a joint album because Hove is not on every track. The album is set to drop next month, but in the meantime, we have to look out for more details. So Jay Electronica, right? The reason why Jay-Z is where he's at consciously and the way he is who he is, right? Hands down. Jay Electronica being the teacher, right? And Jay Electronica being a student of Ali Muhammad, Jay Electronica being a student of Wesley Muhammad, Jay Electronica being a student of the Allah Squad, and a few other people who he gets information from. Because he's a student. Let's be clear. He's a student. The same way that Yasin Bey and a few other people are students. We're all learning. We're all students. People learning from each other. I learned from Jay Electronica. He learns from people that I've learned from and learned from me, and it's all a circle. So anyway, everybody who know me know that that's one of my favorite artists. I rate him at top 10 of the top artists ever. There's a top 10 list that I have. Jay Electronica's in there, one of the slots. So here we have Watch the Throne, the first one with Kanye. Kanye is where he's at. Kanye's a preacher now. Kanye's singing gospel music. He's singing versions of his music in a gospel tone. So the person that he did Watch the Throne with, Sean Carter, in the album Watch the Throne, Sean Carter was exhibiting more conscious thought in his lyrics. I'm a lyricist, so I don't skim through it. I'm going into the lyrics. There was way more conscious thought in the quote-unquote rhythmatic delivery that Jay-Z was offering in Watch the Throne than what we expected Kanye to deliver. We thought Kanye was, Kanye was Mr. Woke. He was the woke God. He was the woke God. But he was on some materialistic shit on Watch the Throne, talking about sniffing coke off of white girls and some other stuff. He was trying to floss. He was getting caught up in the materialism. Jay tapped into some spiritual shit. Listen to Watch the Throne. You would count about 5 songs where Jay is going in on some woke shit. Yeah, Why I Love You. He was going in on, listen to that shit. He was going in. It's reality rap. It don't gotta be, it's not, you cannot require Tree Hugger rap or Diggable Planet rap. No offense. I love all of them. You can't, you know what I mean? He's gonna give you Jay-Z's version of consciousness. And I dig shit like my nigga, he's the best, that's the best version of him. Everybody got room on this stage, bro. That's the best version. When Jay-Z tap into a conscious part of himself and he's spitting he's spitting pain on some reality shit, that's the best version of him. It's a non-judgmental place when you approach music. So, I'm looking at the artwork. Looking at the artwork. Shiny Suit Theory. Yeah, I didn't like that too tough. I hope they don't come. I like Nigga We Made It. I like Nigga We Made It. Yeah, No Church in a While was deep as well. No Church in a While. That was bars, bro. I remember being in Atlanta in the A. And I was going through my shit right at that point. And I was in the trenches. I wasn't in they didn't even, Atlanta wasn't easy in the beginning. That was a journey, bro. That my Atlanta story. That's a whole movie right there. I need to contact Donald Glover. I need a season. I just need my own season of Atlanta. Because that story, that's one of the greatest stories. The whole shit is the greatest story, but that's a dope ass chapter right there. You know? But I remember being in the A and listening to that album, and like I was experiencing the streets, and I was experiencing the clubs, I was experiencing the hood shit, the trenches. You know what I mean? You know, Atlanta got some trenches. And I was experiencing the consciousness at Tassili's. You know, I was in a relationship with a goddess, and we was rolling together, and I was experiencing that shit, and that was magical. So that album meant a lot to me. You know what I mean? That album, that I have memories attached, you know, to that album. I have memories attached to that album. You know? But what these brothers is about to bring with this combination, bruh, you can't fuck up 7 songs. You know what I'm talking about? You can't mess up 7 songs. And I know that we got J haters out here, but like I said, I'm here to celebrate the best version of everybody, however they rapped. You know what I'm talking about? I'm here to celebrate the best version of you if you deliver that. And you know, we have the opportunity to be the critics in these days and ages. We could determine what's lit and what's not. You was in Atlanta at the same time? Okay, so you know what it is. I was in the A from 97. I'm a fucking legend in Atlanta. Let's be clear. Like I'm a, you know, I don't push that envelope because it's not that important at the end of the day. I'll let the streets tell it. But the work that we did in Atlanta is Atlanta right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be clear. All of that designer, all of that party, like that like a lot of that shit, not to say that it started in the minute, but there was a lot of work. Let's just say there was a lot of work put in by me and my people from New York, Brooklyn to be Bed-Stuy, Flatbush. Think about that. Ask about that combination right there. Bed-Stuy, Flatbush, Burger Billions, G Young, Twin, whole bunch of people played a part. And there was a whole bunch of seeds that were planted. And when you go back, the trees have grown. And it's Black Hollywood now. Son said that I'm sleepy. Nah, I could go. We could go. I didn't need an album from him. I heard about 10 joints and I was like, yeah, that nigga's my top 10. It didn't matter. It's about impact with me. It's about impact. It's about and it's personal. You know, I know when a certain artist makes me feel a certain way, and it makes me examine the whole writing process. When you got me in that bag, nigga, you're an artist. You're an artist. You know? You're an artist. So he's one of those artists. He came in 2010. I'm not approaching this from a mundane level. I'm on an elevated level, even in the J Electronica debate. I'm looking at this shit as a cycle, bro. His emergence in 2010 shifted me as an artist. It shifted my consciousness, and it gave me the lens to look at consciousness. That it allowed me to look at the lens of consciousness being coddled and accepted by what I knew as the quote unquote kings of materialistic rap. And that was Puff Daddy and Jay-Z, because they had a bidding war over J Electronica. And this is in 2010. This is the beginning of their wokeness. This is who pushed that envelope. This is the one, he's the harbinger of what we may see right now as mainstream woke culture. He was one of the seed planters. The bars that nigga was coming with. We can't be greedy because people always, especially conscious people, niggas be wanting to own shit because, niggas have to go through those preliminary schools about learning about somebody took some shit that you had, I guess. So you always feel like somebody owes you something. But then as you go later on down the line, you realize that's a crock of shit. So I skipped too many legends for a guy with no discography. There are many legends out there, but I have a top 10. I got a top 100. I got a top 100. He got a discography. He got a discography. He was rocking for about 3 to 4 years. He was going in from 10 or 9, going into like 14, 15, up to nigga, we made it. He got a good discography in my case, in my humble opinion. It's and the fact that he don't got 100 remixes with the Migos and he's not all over the place with mad material. In a sense, that's cool with me because I don't want you to be spread thin. Some things should remain exclusive. So the fact that he don't got all mixtapes and all of these, I'm good with that because when he delivers, I know that son is going to deliver. He's a fucking savant in a sense. He's a weird nigga, but he's a creative and he's one of those self-destructive, genius, evil genius, crazy type of people. I don't know personally, but that's just my assumption. And I like people like that. I could relate, I could relate. My scorpionic self could fucking relate, bro. Give us that work, my nigga. Send that heat. You know what I mean? We've been waiting. Send that heat. I'm talking about Jay Electronica, not Drake. That's another. Drake is another story. I'm talking about my nigga Jay Elect, who's gonna come out with Blueprint. I mean, he's coming out with Watch the Throne Part 2 with the big homie. With the big homie's gonna act a fucking fool. You know what I'm talking about? The big homie gonna act up. He gonna act up. And that's what Brooklyn need right now. That's what hip hop needs right now. That's what the streets need right now. Cause you might not be in the streets. I'm in the streets, my nigga. I know what this music is doing for the streets, my nigga. I know what shit like this do for the streets. I gotta, I'm driving a different kind of bus. These niggas be saying that they outside, but I'm really outside. And I'm like, listen, I know how the culture is being affected, and I know the neural pathways that are being carved through just subtle things that people might not realize are culturally effective. This is a culture war that we're at. We're still fighting to get to stand on the top of the mountain of Mount Moriah or Kilimanjaro. Niggas is climbing, niggas is on a Billy Goat shit. We climbing that mountain, but we have yet to stand on the top of that mountain. But we can stand on top of that mountain because that mountain is it ain't no, it's not like it's a whole bunch of people that are already up there. Nigga, the top is empty. Who's up there? Kendrick with a smoothie, reading the Torah? Who's up there? There's not a lot of people at the top. So this is the time for Cyrock to pop. This is the time for the pillars, because the pillar gonna pop. Don't even worry about me. Once the Scorpion King is in the bag, my nigga, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to catch me on OnlyFans. How about it? Talking about. Yeah, you're gonna have to catch me on OnlyFans after the album drop. But we're gonna cook, my nigga. Blue Pillar's gonna cook the Christ consciousness. He got that. Cambada's finna cook, nigga. My table is very stable. You know what I mean? A.A. Rashid, he gonna cook with Griselda. We gonna cook. Don't get it fucked up. We're gonna cook. And everybody's gonna have an opportunity. And you have not, Black Dotta's even gonna come out of retirement and get on the stove and cook with us because, like I said, you have not seen the mountaintop yet. We climbing the mountaintop, but we ain't get on the mountaintop yet. And when we hit the mountaintop, it's a movie. And that's a fact. So with that being said, I'm gonna leave y'all with some J-Elect and Jay-Z. Yeah, get in your feelings. You know what I'm talking about? But that's what we're gonna do. And I'm gonna catch y'all on a remix. You know, Third Eye Thursday is one of the last Third Eye Thursdays before we take this onto a whole nother entity. Because it might not even be on YouTube. It might go right through the app. But yeah, for all of the students who get down with it, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. You're gonna understand the difference between a podcast and a class. You dig? So yeah, before I even play this video, we gotta do our commercials. Hold on. We gotta do our commercials. This Saturday in Connecticut, on Third Eye Thursday, I'm gonna have the cast of the Facts Initiative on the channel. I'm gonna have all of the gods, not everybody, but I'm gonna have a lineup on Third Eye Thursday, so you get to tap into the facts. This is this is a completely different conversation than what we've been having when it comes to the facts. This is all solution. This is data heavy, solution based. Winners. This is the winner's circle. This is the winners. This is when the winners. The facts is all winners. Facts is all winners. Facts is bosses. Facts is big homie shit. This is not decoding. I'm breaking this down. Hotep, my brother. This is all solution based. Food, art, clothing, technology, and shelter. Please come out. We are actually stumping, my nigga. We treating this like how they're treating Wang and catching the burn with Bernie Sanders. We stumping for 2020. So our first stop is in Connecticut at the Eco Space, February the 22nd, 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. Black History Month, Facts Initiative 2020. Keynote speakers, Red Pill, Blue Pill, Trillionaire Trav, Sabrina Wright. Hosted by Brother Heru and Kevin Muhammad. Contact info 203-841-9039. We got vendors, but I believe that there's room for about 2 more vendors. Whoever want to pull up and roll the dice and make it happen and get busy and get some bread and whatnot, I suggest you go and do that. You dig? I suggest you go and do that. And then you saw the lecture that we had posted for North Carolina, and the other one that we had posted for Delaware. So those are the upcoming events. Love and light to the family. You know what I mean? This was a very, we was in here for a minute. You know what I'm talking about? I appreciate everybody. Thank you, everyone who left the tip, showing your appreciation. You know what I mean? Shout out to all of my Patreons. I got something coming to y'all, specifically to y'all as well. Shout out to all of the people who ordered the Fear of a Black and More Messiah Part 1. And that is still open. $20 plus your email to the Cash App. And I will send it to you for video on demand right away. You'll be able to get it. Whoever wants to get tickets for Part 2, pre-order $20 in your email to the Cash App as well. First, we have about 10 slots left if you want to get a PDF along with that from the Part 1 presentation. And that's worth about $100 because that's what it's going to sell for. So love and light to the family. We'll leave you with nigga, we made it, because that's how we feel. And that's what it is. You know what I'm talking about?
And it's for people that want to get into real estate.
It wasn't just here's how to flip a house. It's here's how to have a successful.
The only thing I'm seeing I'd like to put an amend on, perhaps a little more room here for the fixins. You know what I'm talking about?
Ooh, we're going to have a lot of fixins.
We're going to have so many fucking fixins up in this motherfucker. This shit's going to go through the roof, man. God damn, I'm shitting gold these days. Oh.
We made it. We made it. haters, the bloggers, the papers, the labels, they label me. But they can't relate to I struggle, my nigga. We came up from slavery. Apologies go out to all of my fans because they waited so patiently. This one is for all of the lost and forgotten black angels that pray for me. A million niggas love me cause I'm ill. The greatest story ever told, niggas in the field. From Solomon to Sambo, the Django. It's fact, I'm the fire trying to rap and I get it from the wheel. The son of WD, who hung around in deep, who ran around in street. The trap gods raised me, face all in the Sphinx. Story all on the wall of the pyramids. Niggas know the black god saved me. Blow the nose off, that won't change it. Obamacare won't heal all that anguish. We came a long way from the bottom of the boat. All praise to the Mac, we found our language. Book, gold necklace, middle finger erected. God taught us your bad style on the record. Lost sons of Muhammad, we wallowed in the record. The shad, the lad, and the hat is the message. All these niggas, I got to fight one. All these devils, I got to strike some. All these rebels just waiting on the ball cry. Mama said, son, you got to strike drum. Rock nation, celebration, motivation, elevation. Nigga, we made it from slaves on the slave ship, live from the cotton field, straight to the spaceship.
It makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like motherfuckers should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
Top of the slave ship.
Hey.
I got my chain and took it to Jacob. I gotta go play it.
Hey.
Walking that bitch like, nigga, we made it. I own my own masters.
Hey.
No, I ain't missing no royalty statements. I can't be rated. Damn, hold stun on them haters. Sorry, Mr. Drizzy, for so much y'all talk. Silly me rap about shit that I really bought. Why these rappers rap about guns they ain't shot? And a bunch of other silly shit that they ain't got. I'm on my loop, beat up, young go. Starting on stage after 12 years of slave. This nigga spade look like an Oscar. Black chucks look like a monster. Don't make me lie, yo. Nigga, watch your tone. I come to court with black boxes on. Y'all hella jealous of my melatonin. I can black out at any given moment. I'm God. Jesus, something let him made. So with my arms being shackled, I still get paid. All praise is due. I'm ready to chase a Yaku back in the cage. It's hard the last day, but do I see face? Showed up to the last supper, it's a brand new J's. I'm a true living alcohol. New religion ain't from the other world. Alien superstition. You blind, baby. Blind to the fact of who you are, maybe. My bloodline's crazy. Kings and queens and Michael Jordan rings. I go stupido. Sucio. The flow's filthy. Y'all can't kill me. I've been inoculated from the snakes in the face and your corny handshakes. Cocksucker, we made it a lot.
Brooklyn, nigga.